Well, hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. I got a McRib ad? Oh no. Hello, everyone. I hope everybody is doing well. Hello, welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. Hello, Adrian Vixen. Thank you so much for the raid. Right as I was about to get on stream, too, so it worked perfectly. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Do make sure, mods, to shout out. It's good to see you, too, Christina. Do make sure to shout out Adrian Vixen, who, of course, they also stream on Twitch, but also on YouTube as well. So, oh my gosh, the little fox, the fox wobble. Oh my god, that one is so cute. Gosh, you have such cute emotes, Adrian. And it's very, very good to see each and every one of you. Feel free to get nice and cozy. We are going to be talking about something very, very interesting to me personally, anyway. We're going to be talking about the history of Mexico, particularly. Hello, Adrian. It's so nice to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, my goodness gracious. It's so nice to see you. Oh, your wonderful little emotes. I love the little wobble one. I love that. I just, yes, I completely get it. So, as I said, we're going to be talking about the history of Mexico throughout the 20th century. We are going to, and remember, mods, to make sure to shout out our wonderful friend Adrian Vixen, both on Twitch and on YouTube, because they stream on both platforms, just like me. Oh my goodness, thank you so very much for the tier 1 subscription, for the resub of Megastar. Thank you so very much. Hugs everywhere. So, like I said, we're going to be going over the history of Mexico over the 20th century. I don't think we're going to get like super, like I don't know if we'll finish the whole 20th century in this stream, unless this was like a marathon stream. But still, I do want to get some, like after the revolution, like what happened, right? So that's what we're going to go into today. So, with that being said, one of the things that I did want to go over first, right, is actually looking at very interesting stuff, I assure you all. But yeah, no, I just wanted to I think we've sort of gone over some of this before, right? But I did want to sort of, I'm going through some med withdrawal, so I'm gonna lay down. But thank you for the shout out, and you're welcome. Oh, I hope that you feel better soon. Oh, I know that can be such a like a just mess all the way around. So I really hope that you feel better soon, Adrian. Let me know if you need anything. I would be happy in any way to help. And yeah, have a good rest. So, one of the things that we went over when we were discussing the Mexican Revolution, right, was the fact that 20% of Mexico's population effectively changed, right? That is to say that 1 in 5 Mexicans were either in the United States or had perished as a result of the Mexican Revolution, right? It was a very, it was a whole thing. Lasted 10 long years. But one of the things that definitely did not help the community that tried to seek refuge in the United States, that's very, 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 again, historically relevant to our present moment, is that of the mass deportations that occurred in the 30s and the 50s. So I wanted to go over another video that it isn't by the writers, by Professor Valderrama, who talks about it from the perspective of the book, right, The Decade of Betrayal. But instead, we're going to, which specifically looks at the 1930s. But this time, we're going to look at Democracy Now!'s video that talks about it even in the 1950s, which, again, this is something that people who will be in power very soon, right, have evoked as historical and legal precedent, right, for why they can do such a thing, right? So, particularly the one in the 50s, which I usually just call it Operation Racial Slur because it involves a racial slur. So with that getting started, we will begin. Also, let me know how the sound is. I can always boost it.
Today's show looking at Donald Trump's threat to deport as many as 20 million immigrants living in the United States. It's a threat he repeated on an almost daily basis on the campaign trail, including at the Republican National Convention.
Hi, Punk Rose.
To keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower.
So, right there we have it, right? Dwight D. Eisenhower, that is a direct reference to Operation Racial Slur. You can go look at it on your own if you would like to. In the 50s, where up to 1 million Mexicans were deported, right? But it's kind of weird to call it that, right? Like, they often try to call it as repatriation or as deportation, right? But the issue is that the vast majority, over 60% of those that were, sent back, quote unquote, were actually U.S. citizens, either born in the country or documented. So that is one of the things that is a historical precedent, right, that has occurred within the 20th century, right, that has affected the United States and Mexico, right, particularly in the aftermath of people seeking refuge in the United States during the Mexican Revolution, right? So, yes, and yes, if you right now, I really need as much help as I can get. So if you can, again, first take care of yourself. That is far more important than. But if you have, if you would like to donate anything to help me in this time, you can always do so in the following ways. I recently uploaded stuff onto my Patreon and a new article talking about Latin America. But if you would like to donate me directly, you can always do so via Cash App, Venmo, or contributing to my throne for this fund right here to get my passport and other stuff to potentially move as soon as possible. But yes, if you would like to do so, please, I urge you all. But again, first take care of yourselves. Don't, so in the 1930s, right, you have, oh yes, I love Kuromi, by the way. So the fact that US A-hole has like the Kuromi heart, I love that. You can see, right, I have Kuromi right here. I have Kuromi, and then Kuromi right there, and Kuromi right there. Well, all of the Sanrio characters, but so in the 1930s, right, you had the deportation of about, more or less, right, of around 2 million Mexicans. Now, saying it this way, particularly the way how it's remembered, right, at repatriations, is what one would call a terminological inexactitude, if one wanted to be really, really academic about it, right? And that is to say that, one usually can term a terminological inexactitude to being a lie, but in this case, it was that it just does not fit the description of what it is, so it's a euphemism, right? It was not a repatriation because, again, 60+% of the people that were forcefully deported into Mexico were either U.S. born or U.S. born citizens, right? Naturalized. I know, Punk Rose, right? That's why the fact that he invoked it, like, he had to say Dwight D. Eisenhower, right? Because, of course, you can't really say the name of the operation, but it sort of tells you, right? Like, that's when not that slur didn't occur prior, right? But that's when you begin to see it being used, like, as a more general term, right? As opposed to just Mexicans in Texas, right? So, and in fact, I will be honest, I've had members of my own family be called that by people that are Mexican American. So it's like this really weird situation sometimes. But anyway, that's a whole different story. So we already have the operation, right, in 54, and then we have the one in the 1930s, right? And so this is why I think it's important to talk about the historical precedents, right, that involve, right, Mexico, and of course the United States. So
from many years ago, you know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had.
We're joined right now by a historian who's closely studied past mass deportation programs in the United States. Ana Raquel Mignon is an associate professor of history at Stanford University and the author of In the Shadow of Liberty, The Invisible...
So this is a book that I would like to put on my throne one day, but of course, right now I, have more immediate concerns. So again, I just will direct you there if you'd like to help me. You're not obligated to do so at all. But this is one of those books where it's like, oh my gosh, it's like definitely something that I need to read, right? It's definitely one of those things where I've read like all of the books around this research. So
history of immigrant detention in the United States. The recent piece for Dissent magazine is titled Trump's Deportation Model. So, Professor Mignon, if you can start off by talking about Trump's victory, what that model is, and, his famous motto, Make America Great Again. Go back in history and talk about the mass deportations of people in the United States.
Thank you. In many ways, we think that Trump is a new model, a person who completely goes against the grain of American history in terms of deportations, in terms of his treatment of immigrants. But as he noted himself, that is absolutely not true. What he was referring to when he spoke about Eisenhower was an operation that occurred in 1954 titled Operation Wetback. And this was a massive deportation campaign.
And again, because it's a historian, right, and I'm a historian, and we're using that term in its historical context in this case, right, that is why she's using it, right? That is the reason why Ana Raquel is, because that is what it was called, right? That is factually, historically, what it was called, right? So this isn't the usage of a disparaging term against any, except for by the U.S. government, right? But again, we just have to remember that this is what it was called, right? Obviously in text, it's a different story. But when I refer to it like on stream, I usually just call it Operation Racial Slur, because really it's kind of, for the United States, it's kind of unique in the fact that it does have that as its name. So just so we're clear. So
the tactics were military tactics. They brought tanks. They brought border patrol people all throughout the border, airplanes. People were grabbed from their houses and taken to the border, stopped outside of their jobs and taken to the border. Their families didn't know where they had been. It was a very cruel operation.
And again, as we have spoken about before, right, one of the co-authors of the book, The Decade of Betrayal, which is not talking about this operation in the 50s, right, but the mass deportation in the 30s, where over 2 million Mexicans were forcefully expelled from the United States, most of whom, again, were either U.S. citizens or documented, highlights the fact that, again, like the militarization of the border, the galvanization around the topic of the border and immigration, right, and trying to use Mexican people in particular as a scapegoat is something that is not new, right? It's not something that, and in fact, it's very interesting too, because as Valderrama sort of writes in his own book, again, The Decade of Betrayal, pardon me, my point was going to be, before I trail off, was that one of the co-authors never actually got to meet his father because of the mass deportations in the 30s. And he never revealed that until he testified before the California Congress, right? He testified at Congress, right, to try to get a memorial, right, and also to get a commission started for reparations. So the memorial was approved, but it has the euphemism repatriations of the 1930s. They're not repatriations. You can't be repatriated to a country you're not from, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense legally, and also like in terms of international law, right? This is illegal, right? That is, so they still call it the euphemism. However, the commission that was going to start, right, the actual process of seeking reparations and trying to do so, that was going to be based off of the model of the Japanese internment camps, the most famous of which, or infamous of which, was Manzanar, right? Usually that's the one that most people know of. It's in Inyo County, California, which is sort of on the other side of everything, on the other side of the Sierras. They had a commission in order so that way they could, distribute reparations for those people that were interned. However, even though both houses of Congress in California passed the bill that would have started that commission to begin, the research and process of beginning, right, a reparative process, the governor of that time, Arnold Schwarzenegger, vetoed it. So that part was never implemented. So we have a memorial, a plaque, but that's it. And it's technically incorrect. It calls it repatriations, not forced mass deportations, right? Which again, like, that is something that, regardless of whether it happens, there are certain crimes against humanity, right? And one of them, one of them in particular, is the forced displacement of peoples, right? Especially when you cannot provide for them like a safe space for them to be, right? So, let alone the tactics of the operations, right, that they did both in the 30s and in the 50s, right? So again, as we sort of spoke of prior, the harm that this did to the Mexican American community was one that still resonates to this day, right? This historical aspect, because it essentially, in many ways, inhibited, right, the sort of national, as a colonized people consciousness in the United States, right, that had already began in other movements with other communities in the United States, whereas the Chicanx community, the Mexican American community, didn't get to start to really invoke those things and to fight for its civil rights until 1969, more or less. Oh yes, welcome in, gigglers. Thank you so much for the YouTube raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope that all of you are doing well. Let me just quickly do something really quickly, because I think I misset one of the things on here. There we go. Okay, so thank you so much, Lucy. I really appreciate the raid. I hope that you had a good stream, and everybody that's here, make sure to refresh so you get counted as a viewer. And right now, again, we're talking about the history of Mexico in relation, and also the Mexican people in relationship to the United States right now in the 20th century, right? And it's particularly its effect to this day. So we can return now to our for that. So thank you so much, gigglers. I appreciate it. I wonder, like, I don't know, like for my community, I usually sub-vocalize as learners, right? Like learners, right? Because like that's like the sub goal, right? Which is like to get 100 sub points on Twitch, I have it like "Let's learn together" or like "Let's learn," and that's the tag I use on Discord. Which, by the way, make sure to join the Discord. We have our community nights, sometimes multiple ones in a row. In the VC, you can always find me in the VC usually in general, but sometimes we watch movies, sometimes we play video games together. Again, we do lots of stuff, so make sure to join the Discord.
In the year 1954, the year of Operation Wetback, over 1 million people were deported. And this is the model that Trump says that he is going to expand. And it comes at huge costs to America, to its communities, and to the people themselves.
And again, this is... Hello, the Ferret King. Welcome, welcome in. It's so good to see you. My best pal. Welcome, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. And again, make sure if you haven't joined the Discord, make sure to join. So yes, like one of the big things, of course, is that this brought a lot of harm, right, to the community, as you might imagine. And so one of the things was that, again, even though, there are metrics that people could bring out that say, by percentage and number, right, Mexican Americans, won the most medals in World War II, right, fighting against fascism, right? You still had events like, you still have almost a complete erasure of the fact that that is the case, right? Hello, Scribbles, welcome in, right? So that's why, like, when you see a movie that's, historically accurate, quote unquote, and it's an all-white cast, or might have a, just know that in terms of medals, right, it should be a far more diverse group of people, particularly when it comes to, of course, including BIPOC. But regardless, and yes, if you'd like to help me in some way, especially right now that I have asked for some assistance, you can always do so by going to my Cash App, my Venmo, donating to this fund over here on my throne, or subscribe to my Patreon or Substack. So, yes, all the cuties are here. That's true.
In the United States, when Operation Wetback happened, communities were destroyed. People were left without central members, without churchgoers, without breadwinners. Families who relied on some of the folks who were deported had to either rely on welfare or find jobs immediately. Children.
And look, one thing I wanna get really into when it comes to this topic is that, again, there are examples of them using tactics that, were meant to right, cause the most amount of harm, right, to the specific communities in which they occurred, right? Like, there is actually an instance that is described in Valderrama's book where, again, many of these people have come to the United States to seek asylum after the revolution, had children, etc. A lot of people did become citizens, right? There was a lot of people that worked in all 50 states. That's another thing I want to highlight, is that it wasn't just, Texas mass deporting or California mass deporting, which, those are the two principal states that people will remember historically. But this actually is something that occurred, right, in all of the 50 states, right, so to speak, right? Or at least, we do have cases of Alaska, and definitely have cases of it occurring in the lower 48, in every state, right? So entire communities were emptied out that would otherwise have been part of the communities in the Midwest that aren't the ones that are there already, right? Like the ones that we know of in Chicago, right? There were other ones. There were Mexicans who already began to live in places like Montana, like Idaho, like, all over the place. Hello, Estelle. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. And those communities were more or less, emptied out because of this deportation plan. that included, even with Congressman Hobbs in the 30s, right, wanted to create concentration camps. And that's actually not even my terminology, that's his terminology. He wanted to expel, and I know this number has gained significance because of anti-Semitism, but he said he wanted to expel 6 million, Mexicans, right? But again, this has nothing to do with anything that happened during the Second World War as such, anyway. However, when he did try to have them, and I have the congressional record, I just have been tidying up a little bit, and when you tidy up, sometimes you actually end up losing stuff in the process. You begin to see, you begin to lose a document or two, and so I just have to find it again. But in 1939, it essentially got a majority of the people that were in Congress at the time to accept it. They thought it was a good idea to have concentration camps for detentions of indeterminate time, right? So once again, this is something I want to foreground, right? We're talking about history, right? And this is something that affects, right, the nation of Mexico, right? Because you have suddenly, right, a bump in population that is over 2 million in the 1930s, right? Then topped off with another one in the 50s, right, of Operation Racial Slur, where it's over 1 million Mexicans, right? So again, these deportation plans were something that, for example, Germany tried to implement, right, because they saw that it, quote unquote, worked, right, in the United States. But the only difference is that there was no country that would accept Jewish refugees. So it's a very different situation, right? It's a very sad situation. Whereas because the U.S.-Mexico border was relatively open, it allowed for them to be expelled en masse without a care for whether or not Mexico could take in, right, in essence, 3 million people, right, at one go. Well, not at one go, pardon me, at two goes, but still. But one of the incidents that has always stuck out to me most is the one here in LA called La Placita, right? It's a neighborhood. It has a little plaza in the middle, right? It's a little neighborhood built around it. And usually, and this is, I don't know, I don't know why I find it sort of rhyming. You know how people say, history doesn't repeat itself, but sometimes it rhymes. Is that it reminds me of some of the tactics used in during the Nakba, right? And so one of those being that they fully surrounded La Placita. They covered up they had people on every entrance and exit, all of the exits of the neighborhood, and essentially descended in onto this neighborhood of LA with no way out for anybody, right? A lot of times, during the Nakba, you had it covered on three sides, right? So then that way Palestinians would leave. But in Tantua, right, where they surrounded it on four sides, and it led to fatalities, right? La Placita was in a similar way, right, like that, right? They didn't leave any exit, right? It was about trying to not only round up people, right, but to also make sure that they could inflict harm. And so that is something that, again, needs to be stressed when we're talking about the historical record. Again, I know that this history is not necessarily, history that, is the most pleasing or the most, but it is the history, right? And again, we have Ana Raquel Minian here to, corroborate with her own research, right, about this. So as you see here, this would be placed on the back of trucks. This would be, again, the Mexican people were treated unfairly, even though, and the language, even of what many pundits have said now, again, basing it in history, is the same, right? Is that they're taking our jobs. If they were gone, then there would be better, then there would be American jobs, blah, blah, blah. And this view that Mexicans could never truly become American, right? And in a way that was sort of emphasized with the naming of the operation in the 50s, right? So
were left without parents. Many jobs, many employers needed workers who were deported. It was bad for the U.S. economy. It was also bad for American civil rights. Many Mexican Americans, people who were born in the United States, could be walking through the streets and considered to be Mexican just because they quote unquote looked Mexican,
and this is still very much the case to this day, right? Like, it's sort of like how, and again, I know that, Farrad King, I know that, well, I won't go into too much detail, but I know that you're very familiar with the region of the world known as Texas. And so I know that they recently passed some legislation that is essentially, from what I've read anyway, and I don't know its status off the top of my head, but it essentially is reminiscent of another policy, of another bill that was passed in another state, another border state, right, that essentially allows for the stopping, right, and asking of, and the questioning of one's citizenship status by effectively doing racial profiling, right? So that is something that is, yeah. So that is one of the things as well, is like this idea that, oh, well, as long as you're legal, right, as long as that wasn't the case in the past two major incidents, right, let alone the minor deportations that happened, between those two and after. But this view, in fact, I remember reading one of the testimonies in Valderrama's book, The Decade of Betrayal, where there is oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so very much for the raid, Boy Meets Mini. Thank you so very much. Hello. Hello there, Mushroom. How are you doing? It's so nice to see you. Yay, thank you so much, Boy Meets Mini. I really appreciate it. Hello, Alex. So, thank you again for the raid. Do make sure to shout out Boy Meets Mini. I played Path of Exile 2 Early Access today. How's my stream going? It's going well. It's going well. We're going over sort of the history. Hello, Powerful Finger. We're going over the history sort of the aftermath of the Mexican Revolution, right? Which is heavily entwined with American history, which is why we're technically talking about the United States. But yeah, so far it's going well, and I'm actually kind of glad, because I do plan on having a more regular streaming schedule now that I have a bit more time. So I hope to have that out and ready so that people know when to tune in. But as I was saying, you're mostly okay? Oh, I see. Well, I do hope that you feel better soon. Did you remember seeing that you were feeling a bit under the weather? So, but yes, welcome in everyone. Do make sure to refresh if again, back soon, snack time. Oh yeah, please, by all means. Yeah, make sure to get nice and cozy. Again, we're going to be talking about a lot of different historical stuff. We're starting off with this because I think it's an important thing. Did you see Assad fall? Now oh my goodness. I did see that, and it was interesting insofar as how quickly this the HTS, right, the Al-Shams group, kind of became seen as liberators. And another thing too is, remember, I was in Syria during its civil war, right? It's not like I am unknown to this situation. I was there at a time when, there were many parts of Syria that were under various. Oh, good. I'm glad to see that. And so, well, unfortunately, I don't know about that. Although people have said that the guy, right, Jolani, right, that he looks like Zelensky, right, but with a beard, right? I've been seeing that so much, but regardless, or you can lie to them and say, yes, I'm legal. They're not cops. You can lie to them, right? Right, and yeah, hospitals have to ask. Some sad news: my therapist has Mexican clients who are waiting for a green card at the moment. Under the Biden administration, they have received letters to return home until they get an approval denial. Breaks my heart. Some have children. Yes, this is the reason why, again, like I know that I understand, right? I understand that asking for help is, especially when it comes to things like money, it's one of those things where Scribbles is in between statuses right now. Oh no. Oh no, Scribbles. I hope that everything is going to be okay. This is scary for us too, although at less extent because they're cute and, well, not the target of these initiatives. Well, I mean, that is one of the reasons why I, again, have asked, again, if people have the means and the ability to, right, to help me in some way, if they can, right? And you can always do so by going to the links in my link tree or the occasional thing that will pop up in chat. Again, please take care of yourself first. That is most important. But if you have, this is the one. If you can always, donate to me directly via Cash App or Venmo. Also, on my Twitch page, you can tip me if you want to use PayPal. So there's that. But yeah, it's everything. Yeah, it's all in the process. Yeah, and that's one of the things where I really feel uncomfortable. I maybe, I don't know how to word it. It's a weird discomfort, discomfited in just so many different ways, where, stuff that I, is part of my own research as a historian, right? To see it just like suddenly becoming okay for people to hold up signs saying mass deportations now, like, what happened, I have concerns and worried in case I get denied. Oh my goodness, Scribbles. Oh my gosh. That's why, again, like I said, if you can help me in some way to help me get my passport and other stuff, in some way, please. I first take care of yourselves, right? I definitely only do so if you have the means to, and definitely don't think of me first. But if you can, there are ways to do so, and I've already mentioned them. I won't continue on. But again, know that I'm always here for all of you, right? All of my learners, everybody, right? You always have an open door, right, with me. And if you need to speak about something, I'm always there for you. So just know that. It breaks my heart hearing people in my position, but really at risk of being denied, especially when, again, you have, again, an attitude that is based on, racial discrimination, right? Like, oh, thank you so much, Scribbles. And there's no way to do it right. Exactly. And see, that's the thing, is people say, oh, the system is is broken. But no, this is exactly how it was meant to function, right? It was meant to keep people, particularly those that are marginalized, right, in a state to where as soon as they are no longer wanted, they can be removed, right, and be, sent to some other country. And again, the rhetoric right now does not make me feel comfortable. And again, I'm sharing that myself, right? That's me saying to you, but it's not a good feeling to know that you are going to be in a legal limbo, or worse, that just by being seen on the street, right, that could cause an issue just by existing, right? So anyway, the story I was trying to, the testimony, I should say, hello there, Morden Dinky Cap. And so, what it was is it was a daughter, right? And her father had passed. And she was relating how every single day he had his passport in his shirt pocket every day when he went off to work, because he knew that should he be stopped by the police or by the border patrol or whatever it might be, ICE. Well, now it would be ICE, right? That they would just put him on the back of a truck and send him away, right? Like they want to expel and ask questions later, right? And that is the historical precedent of what occurred, right? So I have been told, right, that I should, do that, right? And that's someone who told me that independently of knowing that story, right? Of knowing that testimony that I have read, right? Where they feel like they have to, like they got the passport card, right? Which is only for land and sea, right? If you go to Mexico, Canada, or the Bahamas, right? Those are the only countries. And, well, like if I need to renew one, Ferret King, like for example, like if I haven't used it in a while, right? Yeah, or it's like, it's soon to expire, right? It would be a good idea, but that takes, money. And so that's the thing about this world is so many things. It's just, it's always a question of money. And I hate that, I hate that it's never about, just humanity, right? That's why it really pains me. It kind of makes me feel ashamed to ask for help sometimes, because, I feel like, it's, again, and this is societally, of course, because asking for that type of help, right, is, in many ways stigmatized, right? And so, but yeah, anyway, as I said, under this wretched system, it's always about money. We'll all be reduced to a bank account balance, right? And those of us that for those of you that can have a bank account, right? Like, again, I know. Oh, thank you so much, Kiki Inc. Thank you. I appreciate that. Those of the people that can actually, afford to even have a bank account, right? Like I know very many people who, because they've always had to work, sort of under the table, that has meant that they, don't have a bank account, right? They have to use other means of, protecting their money, etc. And so, it's a very scary time, for people that just, oh, thank you. It's funny, I always bring up the story that once I actually tried to, when I first got this lipstick, one of, someone I was speaking to at the time who was a content creator, doesn't really matter who they are, but essentially told me, like, don't wear this. This isn't your color. And I'm like, but I really like this color. I don't know. For me, I really like it. I've heard many horror stories like that. Yeah. USCIS subreddit complained to me saying the system was racist. Oh gosh, no. Well, thank you. I'm glad to know that people are, here for me as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Scribbles. I appreciate it. So again, it's not so much a thing about, you're legal or you're not, right? Because again, in both of the prior historical cases, it didn't matter that you were a legal citizen, right? Whatever legal means, right? There were people that were naturalized, that were born in this country, right, and were citizens of the United States and were documented, and yet they formed the majority of the people that were mass expelled in both time periods, the 30s and in the 1950s. So these precedents make it, again, evident that it's a deport first, ask questions later policy, right? Sort of operating logic. And so that's why, for some reason, it's your message doesn't want to get approved for some reason. But yes, there technically isn't any such thing. I don't know. We've once spoken to someone who is very her name is Elise, and she went kind of into the fact that there is no real such thing, so to speak, quote unquote, as an illegal immigrant, right? But they do try to categorize people based on the mode in which they came to the United States, right? Like, if you came across a frontier, right, like a land frontier, like the border wall, right, that is considered a criminal offense, right? Whereas if you fly into the country, right, that's a whole different story, right? So it's, I don't know, it's a very strange thing. Oh, for sure, just like traditionally from laws in Europe. Yeah, it's very strange. And in fact, one of the things that Donald Trump, right, has said he wants to do and keeps saying it, and again, I do think that in this administration we are going to see it happen. I mean, I definitely don't think there's anything really to stop, right, that from happening, is at least the questioning or the shaking down of the concept of birthright citizenship, right? That being born in the United States grants you the right it grants you the citizenship of being an American, right? And so if that were to happen, then the laws that exist in other countries like Finland, etc., would be implemented, or similar laws would be implemented, right? So again, if your parents were not documented by the time that you were born, then it could be called into question whether or not you would be considered an American citizen by birth. So borders are so fucking ridiculous. Hi, I am a human being. I stand on Earth's soil on this side of the imaginary line. I'm considered good, quote unquote, and legal, quote unquote. Now I step 1 foot over to the other side of this imaginary line. I am now bad, quote unquote, and illegal, quote unquote, and probably worse descriptors. Exactly. I mean, again, there are, for many people for whom the U.S.-Mexico border is a racialized boundary as well, right? Like, it is like, and this was something that was done particularly in Texas, right, in the Rio Grande Valley, where they wanted to forcefully, right, either cause make as many people be deported, but also to leave, as it were, quote unquote, on their own accord, right, via the Texas Rangers harassing them as well as the colonists, but essentially to try to demographically change, right, to essentially complete the settler colonial project that was Texas, right, via Anglo settlers into the part of Texas that is the most Mexican, right? And so you see the amounts of people moving into the area skyrocketing, and in fact, I think I mentioned this in a previous stream, like when it came to when it came to, trying to consider, right, a harm that was done to Mexican people, they usually didn't think of it because they out of humanitarian concerns. It usually was because otherwise then the Mexicans, right, we would instead go to California, right, to work picking fruit, or go to the South, where very often Mexicans were used as cheap labor for the picking of cotton, etc., like other such things, right? But that's one industry in particular. So, yeah. So again, it was we don't want to lose our employment, our employees, because it turns out that people don't see them as full human beings, and they did not. This is a historical thing. They did not see Mexicans as full human beings. That is just a historically accurate thing that you can look into many different books that talk about this, but particularly those that deal with the violence never leaves you, and also the decade of betrayal, right? So it comes out of a racist view of Latin America, right? And so, yeah.
Civil rights were not protected. Their constitutional rights were not protected. The deportation of American citizens is something that we have seen over and over again. For example, in the 1930s, there was also a massive deportation campaign against Mexicans. It occurred, of course, during the Great Depression. We estimate that from 350,000 to 1 million people were deported, and that over 60% of those were American citizens.
So one of the things that Anna does, violence never left me. No, the violence never leaves you, right? Like, again, I don't blame anyone for feeling afraid, right? Nor would I hold it against anyone for wanting to seek refuge from potential harm. That's a completely human thing. And so it's one of those things too where I try to empathize with the people that in particular are feeling, especially those of us that, intersectionally speaking, have many axes of, discrimination sort of weaponized against us, that would, put us in positions that are even more difficult, right? At least relatively speaking. So, there's that. But, this is not a time to, what's important is that this is a time to look at the historical, precedents that have been set by this country, again, that we're using similar rhetoric, that we're using similar means, and already having a president-elect, right, saying that he wants to go above and beyond, right, the operation in the 50s, which had over 1 million people be deported, most of whom, again, over 60% were U.S. citizens. It goes again to show that concept of legality, of being considered a hyphenated American, all of those things, right, are always conditional things, right? You are in fact, there's a book actually titled this called Conditional Americans, right? And that's exactly what this sort of speaks to, right? That now that especially now that so much of harvesting, etc., can be done via machines, right? It won't necessarily, right, harm the capitalists, right, if they no longer have the same number of the workforce, right? And so things like that, right? But another thing too is just the scapegoating, right? The view that somehow removing us from the country somehow equals positive things. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, even economically speaking, it doesn't make any sense to remove people from an economy, right? Like, that doesn't. But again, I don't know how exactly it's going to happen, but it's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling at all. yeah, so again, over 2 million in the 30s, over a million in the 50s. I don't know. Saying now the fact that that Trump said that he wants 20 million, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people that don't deserve to be treated this way, and that won't be given respect for their human rights or their constitutional rights, for that matter. And so it's a scary time.
These deportations that Trump is claiming that he will do will have mass implications to our civil rights, to our communities, and to our economy. And of course, to the people who are being deported themselves.
And if you could explain, if you could put that in the context of more recent history, in other words, how does Trump's proposal, or in fact what his actual policies that he implemented in the 4 years he was in power from 2016 on immigration, how do they compare with what the Biden administration did and what Kamala Harris said herself, since it was also central to her, immigration, border security, was also central to her campaign?
And again, this is another thing to keep in mind. Like, this obviously is, a little older. It's from like a month ago. So keep that in mind. Like, that's why when they're referring to, Kamala, etc., right? Obviously, some stances have hardened in the sense that, like, the people chosen for the new border czar, right? As they call them now, I suppose. Apparently now, the United States is the land of the tsars. Who would have thought? And that, that essentially, yes, that it's going to be a very, it's going to be a very rough time for a lot of people. And that is exactly how they want it to be, right? Like, that's how they've made it evident in their language, but even in their, the way in which they envision it to be, right? That they feel okay in voicing, right? The fact that it's going to be, right, based on discrimination, based on force, based on, right, all of these things that shouldn't be, right? But
absolutely. In many ways, the Biden administration also led an extremely anti-immigrant movement. His administration first continued the return to Mexico policy, continued Title 42. What did these policies do? These policies meant that either asylum seekers could not even apply for asylum in the United States, even though asylum is something that we abide to because of our own international law and because of international agreements. And it said that, and the Remain in Mexico policy said that if we were to accept asylum seekers to apply for asylum, they had to wait while their cases were adjudicated in northern Mexico. While people waited in northern Mexico for either Title 42 to go away or for the Remain in Mexico policy to be allowed in, people lived in terrible encampments where they were regularly raped, tortured, mugged.
I apologize. I didn't realize that was what she was going to say. I apologize. Content warning. I didn't know that was going to be brought up. But again, this is part of the history and the reporting of what's going on right now that, again, is affecting so many people from all over the world, right? It's not, but particularly the ire is pointed at Mexico, right? So
it was absolutely brutal, the conditions there. In fact, I once interviewed a woman who had fostered a child during Trump's zero tolerance policy, the policy that Trump implemented that separated children from their parents while in detention. And this woman who had fostered one of these little kids who was separated from his father while crossing the border because of the Trump administration said right now, the Biden administration's Remain in Mexico policy is basically a zero tolerance policy in reverse. Wow.
And again, we have to remember, like, you saw the tents right now, right? You saw, like, there are children in tents in these detention centers, right? These centers where they concentrate people and contain them, right? For essentially an indefinite amount of time. And a lot of them are run for profit, by the way, by a corporation known as Core Civic. And that's just a fact. Like, that's not something, it's like a lot of these detention holding centers, whatever they want to call them, see themselves as innovative when it comes to the warehousing of peoples, which is just, again, that's what happens when you have the market logic applied to everything. So with that being said, again, it should be noted that the holdup, right, of, in all of these things, right, does mean that someone gets profit, right? Like the people that are being held in the detention centers on the U.S. side of the border, right? Or the people that are on the Mexican side of the border, right, are all suffering, right, because of these policies. And that to say, and to forget the fact that Mexico doesn't exactly have, right, an ability to, quote unquote, like stand up to the United States, right, so to speak, right? Like it isn't an equal, right? It isn't an equal in terms of like geopolitical power is what I mean, right? Means that it can't really, again, it's an imperialized nation, right? It's part of the global South. And so it has to more so try to accommodate as much of what the United States dictates to it, right? As does all of the rest of the world, right? So that's another thing to keep in mind as well.
The conditions in northern Mexico were so brutal that some parents made the heart-wrenching decision of sending their children across the border because unaccompanied minors were the only ones who could get into the United States while their parents had to wait in northern Mexico. Even recently, the Biden campaign has dramatically reduced the number of asylum seekers who can come into the country. These policies have been devastating to asylum seekers and migrants. But there is, I believe, a big difference between what Trump did and what Biden did, even if not so much numerically. The rhetoric that Trump implemented.
And I mean, you look at these tents, right, that people have to fabricate out of, whatever means they have. And I just think, right now, right, that's not any real protection, like you can't, how do you feel safe in a space like that, right, where again it's not again, like these tents, right, that you see here that are being built, right, that are squalid and are not really, were never meant to have a whole family living in them, right, by usage of different materials. Right, a stiff breeze could knock them over. Tent camping alone is loud and high winds. Right, exactly. And Texas is known for having some, wind, so to speak. Right, a lot of windy days, particularly in the summer when like the tornado alarms go off every single day. Right, during summer. But again, the point being that. This is no real protection, right? At any moment, these things can be destroyed and the people forced to move elsewhere at the behest of the, Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, our ICE, or the Border Patrol, or the Department of Homeland Security, et cetera, et cetera. So again, that's a huge thing to keep in mind, right? Like, again, this is inhumane. This is against international law. Under international law, an asylum seeker has the right to choose whichever destination they want to, and no country has the right to tell them whether or not right? They change their status for them, right? And say that they are not eligible to enter into that country. But America has the impunity, right, of being the global hegemon, to where it has created these categories of illegality, right? It has created these categories of, what is who is an economic migrant and who is a true asylum seeker, right? And so by creating these divisions, right, and having them become very common in the rhetoric of the country at large, it means that people have come to see, right, people that are coming to the United States as a result of U.S. foreign policy, aka U.S. imperialism, right, throughout the world, particularly in Mexico, really all of the Americas, right, and also the rest of the world, right, and the rest of the global South, trying to find a way to make it to a country where they feel safe. And they have the right under international law to choose that final destination, not any country on the way there, right? That is, again, against international law. And again, there's so many things here that are just crimes against humanity, etc., that, it is truly sad that we do not have a system of international justice that can actually hold, particularly the global hegemon of the world responsible, right? That it cannot uphold it to its agreements. Because one of the founding things about the United Nations is that by becoming a member, right, you're agreeing that a certain amount of power, right, that a certain amount of the invested power of your nation state, right, actually is now deferred to international law, right? That's how the international rules law-based system works, right? But it doesn't work when you have so much impunity. My aunt and cousin were waiting to move here from Venezuela, and they asked me to sponsor them, but someone ended up doing it. I just didn't feel comfortable since I don't make a lot of money. It was for 2 people. Now I have no idea, but they were in process. I know and that's why, like, there are people that, feel maybe I should just go back, right? Like, maybe I should just go back to, or go somewhere else, right? And it's sad that they're literally being turned away, right? It's like this is what the international system, right? This is what international law, right? The international covenants and treaties on refugees that the United States is a party to, right, dictate, right? That nobody gets to be determined what they are and are not, right, in terms of an asylum seeker, prior to them arriving to the country that is their destination, their final destination. The United States does not get to determine. It cannot be the final destination, nor can Europe determine that. That is to say, European countries. But again, you have, now with the Syrian civil war entering a new phase, with HTS, right, taking over Damascus and Daraa, the main population centers of the country, that effectively, this will result in, refugees coming from Syria, coming from Lebanon, coming from other places of the world, and again being denied their basic human rights to have safety, right, and to be able to choose where they want to go. Let's see here. Yes, if you'd like to support me in some way, you can always do so at the links there on the screen. I know a lot of people go to countries where they already have family residing. Yeah, I know. Yes, that's very true, and that's something that I've been told. Like, maybe you should just, consider, going somewhere else for a while and trying to make it there. Just, and yeah, I don't know. It's a strange time right now, for sure. I kind of fell out with my cousin because of politics now, but I will ask my aunt. Okay. My auntie would complain about asylum seekers going to the UK, and she wouldn't believe me when I told her most asylum seekers came over traveling past countries along the way to be with their family that live in the UK already, right? Like most, like especially when it comes to like people that are Mexican, already so much of the historical population, because of the Mexican Revolution, etc., came to the United States, right, to seek refuge then, right? And now it's when people try to seek refuge in this time, in this place, now it's denied, right? Because of the increased militarization of the border. So, and again, the sort of playing with human rights, right, and international law.
The anti-immigrant discourse, calling Mexicans animals, all Central Americans as belonging to MS-13, calling people rapists, that is not something that we heard so much from the Biden administration or from Kamala Harris's campaign. And that rhetoric matters.
And again, yes, like again, what I said earlier, the idea that somehow it can be reasoned that we can be seen as equals becomes further and further impossible, right? When you add in the context, the historical context, that the systemic racialization and demonization, right, of Mexican people, right, and others. Again, I highlight Mexico just because we're talking about like Mexico and Mexican history, but all peoples, right? But to see us as, you know, less than human, right, is also part of the rhetoric that allows for people to, you know, be okay with, you know, the mass deportations, right? And it's the same rhetoric that existed in the 30s and in the 50s. I mean, hence that's why the 50s, it was called Operation Racial Slur, right? Like that shows, right, that they felt comfortable enough in saying that term, right, because they knew that that was a dehumanizing term, right? They knew that it was something that as a term was used to belittle us and to dehumanize us, or in many cases deny humanization in the first place, right? Which is something Judith Butler has gotten into in the new book, Precarious Life, right? Many people are not, it's not so much that we're being dehumanized, so to speak, I mean, we are, but also that we were never humanized in the first place, right? And so it's this, yes, it is. It is still used today. That's the reason why I, you know, like when a historian is saying it, right, within that context, you know, it's one thing, but, you know, yeah, it is used as a slur today. Oh, no, yeah, no, again, because this is like a month ago, so disparage, yeah.
Rhetoric leads to violence in Latino communities, and eventually it also pushes people, administrations, to move further and further toward anti-immigrant policies. Additionally, Trump's family separation policy was explicitly created for purposes of deterrence. What does this mean? Trump implemented the zero-tolerance policy to cause harm to asylum seekers in order to warn other asylum seekers not to try to come into the United States.
And think about what was the price. Think about what is being used as the punishment when it comes to family separation. That you, because you're an adult, because you're the parent, you are going to be sent to another country many times, which is not even your own, right? While your child could possibly be fostered by someone else. We don't know what else could occur as well, right? Because a lot of that stuff is still in legal limbo, right? So it's a policy that enforces, right, the separation of people. Right? It's incredibly traumatic, right? It is something that is just unbelievable to think that people would be so callous as to do that. But that is precisely, right, Professor Minyan is correct in noting that, again, it's the price people have had to pay, right? They have literally, their children have been taken away from them, and they might never see them again, right? I know of someone who I spoke to just the other day, on Friday actually, that he hasn't seen his son in 17 years. 17 years. Because of immigration issues. And, you know, it's painful. I could feel the pain in that man's entire presence, right, in his voice when he was telling me this, right? Like, oh, I have a son, he lives here, whatever, but I haven't had a chance to see him in 17 years. I thought I couldn't imagine not seeing, you know, my own family 17 years. It's like, that's a whole lifetime, you know? That's like, you know what I mean? You know, but it's out of these policies that are not broken, but were meant to do these precise types of things, right? To make it a crime to come to the United States and then to use the idea of legality and its conditionality as well, right? To then say, well, if you would have come this way instead of that way, then you would have been accepted, when historically that hasn't been the case, right? Because with the child separations, you have people that have the ability to claim asylum, but are denied the right to be in the country whilst they wait for their asylum claim to be processed, and therefore have their children removed from them because unaccompanied minors are allowed into the country. So it is, again, it truly is a forced separation, right? And it is done through lawfare in many ways, right? Tough to talk about publicly given our situation. We got to keep our heads down, right? Exactly. And that's why I think, like, you know, I feel that it's important to talk about this history, because it's beyond political, right? It's not something that can, you know, you can slap some content label on it and say, oh, well, this is, no, it's not, right? This is something that is a historical thing that needs to be addressed, right? And in fact, right here, we have two historians, right? Ana Raquel Minian and myself, right? Trying to provide those contexts so that people can actually recognize how these policies harm people. There's documentation. It's very documented. Exactly, right? The amount of forms you have to fill just to even apply for asylum, right? But again, with the stay in Mexico policy, which is illegal under international law, right? Like, they should not be forced to, quote unquote, remain in a country whilst their asylum claim is being processed, that they are not seeking asylum in, right? Yes, definitely. Undocumented is exactly what is not. That's right. Yeah. Facts. All facts, no printer.
The very purpose of this policy was to cause harm. This is different from the policies that Biden has implemented and that Kamala Harris promised to implement as well, even though they too would have created massive harm.
And if you could say, given all of that, especially what you said the distinctions are between Kamala and Biden and Trump, you know, so many exit polls have found across the board there was an increase in the number of votes for Trump. And obviously a Latinx community is a massive and highly diverse community. But among this community, however defined, there was also an increase in the number of people who voted for Trump. How do you understand that?
So before Professor Minian goes, I am documented, I exist. Right. I mean, it's interesting you say that, because it's precisely the fact that many people did not get to exist, right? That is to say, in a legal basis, right? Because they are undocumented, right? Why we know that the memorial at ground zero in lower Manhattan, right, in downtown Manhattan, is missing many names, and why you will often see a bike many times painted white with memorials around it to represent all of the undocumented workers, the undocumented Americans who, one, did not get to exist, and therefore were never there. For all we know, and there is a book by Carla Cornejo. For some reason, her second surname is escaping me, called Undocumented Americans. And she writes there, right, that there were people, right, that did many different things, right, that worked in offices, worked, delivering food, again, one thing I also want to highlight is, please don't, whenever you talk about Mexicans and immigrants in the country, don't just say, the jobs that are associated with, stereotypically, right? Don't continue the stereotyping, please. That's all I ask. But that's all I ask, nicely. Is that, you have people that work in many different things, but never got to be considered as actual people when it came to the 9/11 fund was literally a limitless fund. So they could have afforded to pay to find out about the people, that were undocumented, but they didn't. They didn't want to pay out that the monies, and so they also do not recognize them in the memorial as well, right? Because they weren't documented people, so therefore they do not exist, quote unquote. And so, there are people for whom, since then, as well as other incidents, right, they have no idea what happened to that person. For all they know, right? And this is something Carla Cisneros, I think it's Cornejo Cisneros, I believe, writes, is like, there were people that never got to know that they passed, that they were gone already. That they went on living years and years and years thinking, oh, they're over there working, only to find out that they actually had died on 9/11, and that they didn't get to receive any compensation from the, literally, again, Carla cites this, limitless fund. There literally was no cap on the amount of monies that could have been distributed out. But they did put a date. They did put a time limit, right? If you didn't make your claims within, I think it was 2 years, right? And so because of that, hello, Omega Star. I'm not mistaken, a majority of Latin male voters voted for Trump. I don't think so. I know that, one of the, and this is something I have had a conversation with, and also do make sure to join the Discord if you can, if you haven't joined it already, that, when it comes to describing, and that's something that was also just said right here, right? However you define the Latinx community, right? Because it's diverse, right? We have white people, we have Asian Latinos, we have Black Latinos, we have, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a weird thing to, is that there are certain communities that already have historically voted right-wing, like the Cuban American community, and communities that have gotten larger over time, like the Venezuelan American community, many of whom, right, in sort of opposition to the situation and current government situation in Venezuela, right, vote conservative, right? So it's not so much that's why it's very difficult. Like, if you break it down into each and every constituent part, right, it doesn't quite add up in the same way that people think it does, right? It's not that Latinx people are becoming more conservative as such, but rather that certain communities that have gotten larger over the years, mainly due to, again, people trying to escape places, like Venezuela, etc., to seek refuge in the United States, many of them that were able to come here and became citizens, etc., were eligible to vote, voted more conservative, right? Same thing again, like the Cuban American community is, again, probably the community that exemplifies this the most, right? Like that's why you have Marco Rubio, that's why you have Ted Cruz, right? They're Cuban American and they are very, very Republican, right? So that's one of the things to also consider, right? Is that what gets considered as Latinx is it. I mean, it's like looking at Europe and Africa together as one and saying, well, all the males in this space here, right, voted more this way than that way. I mean, there's so much difference. There's so much difference between each country, let alone each community's relationship to, right? But anyway, but Eric, or actually, is it Eric or is it Iraq? Because I usually in my mind I hear it as Iraq, but I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. My coworker is Cuban American. Oh well, yeah. Like again, this isn't to say anything about any group at large, right? But again, it's just a historical trend that they tend to be much more conservative and especially want intervention in Cuba, right? That's another thing too. I have a friend who's Mexican, and he said okay. I repeated it saying like, oh, that's a word I've never heard before. I haven't heard of. Oh, yeah. I'm embarrassed to say I never thought or knew about this before, right? Because it's not a history that is taught, right? It's not a history that is actually given a chance to be taught or to challenge, right, the dominant narratives that exist in the United States vis-a-vis Mexico, right? Remember, like, when we tried, and I say we as if I was even, when the movement to try to get the mass deportations recognized for the illegal, right, ethnic cleansing that they were, right, they got a plaque that said repatriations, not mass deportations, right, not the ethnic cleansing of the United States of Mexicans, right? Let alone did they, again, because Arnold Schwarzenegger vetoed it, right? The bill that got passed in both houses of the California Congress, right? To create a commission to seek reparations for those who were affected by these, right? I'm sure Spanish kids from Spain learn a little bit more than in the UK. Perhaps. Definitely not it should be taught in schools for sure. But I don't know about that, Iraq.
I do want to emphasize your first point, which is why are we even thinking of a Latinx community when we think of votes? We know, for example, that Cubans have regularly voted Republican, that Mexicans have switched back and forth. So I have been a little disturbed by this concept of a Latinx community and the blame that has been put on this community for the election of Trump nowadays. But
yes, I completely agree. Ana Raquel. This is the problem with this. One, like, and another thing too is, remember when Professor Minian is noting that Mexicans have gone back and forth, it also depends which community you're talking about. Burritos just arrived. Oh, nice. Carne asada. Oh, now I want some carne asada. Like, if I were to ever be, like a well-known, at least to some extent, right, streamer, Shakespeare or Shakespeare Con would definitely be a big carne asada. That's how it would be, and you would all be invited to the carne asada. With vegan food, of course, vegan options for sure. It wasn't so long ago until I realized how oppressed the Mexican population was. I grew up not realizing that or learning that. Right. I mean, again, this is another thing too. And part of that is that because of the expulsions, let alone everything else, is that we are still viewed, and I'm again emphasizing the Mexican community, just because we're talking about its relationship in the United States, is that you have us always being seen as foreign, right? That we're new to the country, so to speak. even though we're one of the oldest communities, right, that were here before the mass migrations of other peoples from like Eastern Europe and from Central Europe, right? Like Mexicans were here in 48, right? Before you had the migration of a lot of Italians in the 1880s, and you know what I mean? And yet we're still seen as though we're this brand new, community that has never historically been part of the United States, right? Or Latinx. On Latinx, do folks from these communities prefer Latinx, or is it something well-meaning Americans thrust on the Latin community? So Latine is and Latinx are both the gender-neutral alternative. Now, there are some people, right, that say that if we're not talking about it in an academic sense, that's usually where people say, oh, it's an imposition, right? But in Latinx studies, right, like Latinx, Chicanx studies, right, that is something that has been discussed and is used to describe, right, the diasporic and colonized communities that live within the United States today, right? People from Latin America are not Latinx, right? Latinx or Latine refers to people that live within the boundaries of the United States. So it's to describe a community in the United States, not people who are, so that's one of the things there, right? It's not so much that it was thrust upon it, it's that there is a cultural distinction to be made between those two things, right? And so that's the reason why. But if you look at stuff about like Latino studies, right? Because I mean, here at UCLA, right, they have a famous journal, and it's called a Journal of Chicano Studies, right? Right? They choose Chicano, right? It's a choice, right? And different people, right, different academics prefer to whether or not they want to use Latino, Latina. Sometimes they would use the at symbol, right? Because in Spanish, usually that means A and O, right? Latinao, right? Or Latin A/O, right? Or just Latinx or Latine, right? And so it's something that, again, in the academic setting, right, is used to describe a particular community and was revised by some people, academics, in order to be more inclusive to whom they were speaking about, right? Okay, more than Dinky Cat Mushroom. I will see you soon. So again, that's the main thrust of that, right? It's an academic term, but it's also one of those things that has become more socially used, and there is a contention because you have immigrant communities that see it as describing Latin Americans, right? But it doesn't, right? It's meant to describe the peoples within the United States, and it's only changed in the fact that it has, you see the Latinx or Latine, right, or Latinx, as some people will pronounce it. Again, I mean, this shows, right, that this is an open conversation, right? This is something that again, when it comes to like historians and other things and sociologists and cultural studies scholars, etc., right, like this shows, right, that like academically, even though all universities essentially have been getting rid of their cultural studies departments and humanities departments in general, right, the conversations, the discussions about these things, right, like what terms we should use, how do we define this, how do we define that, right, are still open discussions, right, that people can contribute to, right? And that's why I understand that some people get annoyed, because again, it does seem something that arrived from an ivory tower and is now used to describe a group of people. But again, it was born out of this idea that I think it was Cherry Moraga. I could be wrong. No, it wasn't Cherry Moraga. Who was it? There was someone, I can't remember their name right now. I think it was was it Josefina Saldaña Portillo? I think she wrote, was it her? I could be wrong, but Queer Aslan, right? And essentially said, why is it that when we refer, to Chicano people, we always say, oh, they're Chicano or Chicana, right? What about those of us that are queer, right? That don't fit into the binary, right? Shouldn't we get represented as well, right? And that's where that discussion of, right, using an X or using the E, right, is something that was thought of as a way to be more inclusive of those of us that don't necessarily fit neatly into the binary, right? And that's because at first, the Chicano movement was known to be very masculinist, right? It was very much a patriarchal movement that then, and another thing too, again, because the movement of sort of national self-recognition, right, ethnogenesis, one might say, this culmination of ethnogenesis of the Chicano people happened so late because of these deportations, right? It means that like a lot of the stuff that would have gotten worked out a long time ago, right, never got to be solved, right, in the 30s and in the 50s, because you had millions of people, right, sent to another country, right, which was not theirs, and then they like the contribution that would have happened culturally was not allowed to happen, and so now we're seeing it sort of still ongoing, right? These discussions of inclusivity and language, right? That in many other cultural studies, right, and ethnic studies, and different social historians, etc., they have already sort of come to more or less some agreement. But because the mass deportations held back the Mexican community from having these discussions in the earlier part of the 20th century, and the movement only began in 1969, again, it's only since then that we even have the concept of Chicano, as we understand it now, Chicano, Latinx, et cetera, right? So
there is a history that we must understand. For example, if we look at the Mexican American community, right now, the biggest Latinx community is of Mexicans. And Mexican Americans have changed their views around migration many times. Up until the 1970s, most Mexican Americans viewed immigrants as a huge problem. Why?
And I want to highlight this. Yes, of course, I'm always here. Like I said, I love when people ask me questions and, etc. And also even when I get corrected, right? I don't mind that either. So right now, Professor Minian is saying, right, there was a period up until the 70s where there was a view that immigrants, right, particularly from Mexico, were viewed negatively, right? And this is the case. Even to the point where Cesar Chavez was against immigration, right? So a street that is in every Chicanx neighborhood, right, in every, like especially in California, there's always a, Cesar Chavez Boulevard or something, right? There's always something like that. He actually was anti-immigrant, right? And that is because there was the view, right, that is a reactionary view, right? But it is essentially the view that a lot of people still have to this day, right? That immigrants are sort of would cause the labor movement in the United States to not have as much power as it could have, because they could always depend on, migrant labor, right? And that's where a lot of these discussions come in, right? That's why you have a more conservative, view towards immigration up until the 70s in the Mexican American community, because there already were established communities in the United States, like in South Texas, like in Southern California, like in Southern Arizona, like in Central New Mexico, it's like in Chicago, like in, etc., right? And they did not want for their own, right, for themselves, right, to be, and this is something that I, even when we talk about New Mexico, it's interesting too, because also at the turn of the century, they created the idea of a Spanish American, right? in northern New Mexico, where, oh, we're not Mexican, right? We're actually the descendants of the conquistadors. We're a separate ethnic group, right? And that exists, so to speak, within this conversation. But it was this view that they did not want to be seen as being the same as those that were crossing the border. And we're seeing that happen today, right? That's not something that is alien to the Mexican American community, because there was a sort of protectionist view about labor, right? And that's why you even had reactionary unions like the AFL, right? Now part of the AFL-CIO, right? That were openly racist, anti-Semitic, right? And anti-immigrant, right? And in fact, when it was just the AFL, they actually specifically called all patriotic Americans in their union, right, to be for the mass expulsion of Mexicans. So again, even in terms of labor, and this is another thing too about the United States, right? Labor history is not given its due worth in the United States, right? Like the way how people learn about unions is usually because they have been introduced to them, right? How they have, oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness, Hunger Games 1989. Thank you so very much for the subscription. Oh, 3 months in advance. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Blame labor for the shit capitalism. Exactly. And that's exactly what they did do, right? It was capitalists that try to get the reactionary unions, right, to whip up, right, the racist sentiment so that then, right, they would be against the immigrants that were coming to the United States, but also would then be against those Mexicans that were already here, right? That were already born here, that were already raised here, that already were citizens. And so again, this is why it's important to keep these things in mind, right? This is why, like, I know the title says Mexico, but it's because like this also affects, right? Like everything that's going on right now in vis-a-vis immigration is affecting, right, Mexico as well, right? Like now, it has had, had to create, right, asylum centers, right, for people to stay in, because now they can't just come to the United States, right? Like instead of being a country which people transited through, right, now they are a country that essentially is an enforced stopping point, right? And that changes, right? And it's all in relationship to what the United States does. So again, like this is why it's important to keep in mind these different historical aspects, right?
When immigrants arrived in the United States, they were cast as bringing disease, bringing crime, just like nowadays. And so Mexican Americans had an option. And one of these options was to say, look, we are not them. We don't want them here. If they don't come, we won't be stereotyped as criminals. We won't be stereotyped as bringing in disease. Stop them from coming. So this was a very common speech and rhetoric of the Mexican American community up until the 1970s.
And yes, and another thing that I want to keep in mind is remember what the process for coming into the United States involved against Mexicans, right? The usage of Zyklon B, for example, was first used by the United States when they would have gas chambers, right, to delouse, right, because they viewed that Mexicans, for some reason, they believed that Mexicans were, that we were carrying disease, particularly typhus, because there was a typhus outbreak in the United States at the time. However, of all the cases in the entire country, only three ever happened on the U.S.-Mexico border. Only three ever happened in that area. Almost all of them were in the Northeast or in the Pacific Northwest. So you have it to where we are being blamed for something that literally wasn't even the case. And that is where, again, going back to Valderrama's book, The Decade of Betrayal, you had the baths, right? And a lot of the mechanisms, right, that would later be implemented in Nazi Germany, right, were essentially tested in many ways in the United States. And in fact, the language of these places, concentration camps, gas chambers, the usage of Zyklon B, right, all of these different things, right, even the baths, right, the disinfecting baths, right, were a part of this, right? And so we have to remember that people were shaved, their entire body, right, by people who did not want them there, right? That were assaulted in many ways, and there was one uprising in particular that happened on the border called the Bath Riots in 1917, where Teresita, she stood up and said, I'm not gonna be put through that bath, because it was a bath of kerosene and vinegar. Kerosene and vinegar. You had to bathe in that after being shaved, your entire body, right? And there was an incident, and I'm going to give a content warning right now because it does involve extreme violence that occurred historically, where there once was a this was well before the Second World War. Again, and this would have been in 1917. So just as the World War I was ending, essentially saying that there was a Holocaust in El Paso, Texas, because there was I think it was like about 27. I could be wrong about the exact number, but of men that were forced in the prison, right, in the jail there in El Paso, and this is where the main site was, where it kind of was this, like, you had to walk into it, right, and they had all these rooms, and I mean, if I had the schematics, I would show you, because again, like, a lot of the language that you will see later repeated in, Auschwitz-Birkenau and, other places, right? Like, let's see, like, because the main ones, well, like, Chadno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzhnik, Majdanek, right, etc., right? Right, was used to describe an event that happened, and you can look this up. Again, I'll give you the citation if you want, in Discord, so make sure you join the Discord, where one of the policemen, right, that was there, one of the Texas Rangers, if I remember correctly, saw that, there were these Mexicans that were taking their required kerosene, right, which is used to light fires, right, for lamps and such, and vinegar bath, and he lit a match. And that was the description of that was a Holocaust. And so, again, I apologize for the extreme violence that is being described, but it has always bothered me how something so small as this, as a match, as a single matchstick, could be used against innocent people solely because we're Mexican. Like, I just can't believe it. But yeah, that's what happened in El Paso, and I will put it in the Discord afterwards, because I have to look it up in the Balderrama book, because I want to make sure I get you the right date, because usually you can look it up. It's publicly available, but it's like Holocaust El Paso Jail 1917 something. It's around that year, but it's like, that's how they titled it, right? That's not me editorializing it. That's me reporting to you, right? Telling you what historically it was called, right? That's what they called it. All because a policeman decided to light a match and was willing to have all of the people that were there doing what they were supposed to do, right? To enter the correct way, the right way into the United States, have their lives brought to a horrific end. And so yes, there was this view that does arise, right? particularly in communities that want to assimilate into Americanness, that want to assimilate into whiteness, right? In particular, right, this was something that was common in the Mexican American community because people wanted to be considered American, right? This is why you have a disproportionate amount of Mexican Americans winning medals, Purple Heart medals, right? Gold stars, whatever it is, right? All of the medals in of all the medals in World War II that were won, right, that were awarded, the vast majority in proportion and number was to Mexican Americans because they wanted to prove, right? They wanted to prove that they were American just like everybody else and that they should be accepted and seen as equals. But that didn't happen, right? It doesn't mean that there weren't reactionary aspects in the community, right, that existed at the time, and that kept being so, right? But again, you have this interplay of people that have been here historically for several generations, people who are just arriving and saying, I am not like them, right? And it's in that move, that reaffirmation of the racialization that whiteness has done, right, that usually creates these rifts of solidarity, right, that allows for people who are citizens, right, people who think that they're safe, right, to be thrown in with the rest of the bunch and have their human rights, violated as well. My own Mexican coworker has said the right way to me in a voice memo before. Oh gosh, I've heard that so many times. Like I mean, like I even remember, and I know I brought this story up before, but like the time when I had to cross the border, right, and I was with my parents, and they got upset at me, and they thought we were going to be sent to secondary revision because I, right, someone who was coming into the United States from Mexico, a Spanish-speaking country, pronounced my name how it's supposed to be pronounced, right? Right? And because of that, that raised their suspicion, right? Oh, you speak Spanish. That must mean that you're a questionable, like what I mean? And it's like, I was a child, and yet that still stays with me to this day. It's like you have to say it in the white way, right? You have to say Shakespeare, right? Not Chespeare. You know what I mean? Because heaven forbid that someone from Mexico speaks Spanish, right? He was born there and left like I did Venezuela when I was 8. Yeah, like it's again, like I know many people, and I know people who are dreamers, right? That they've been waiting to be, as they call it, like normalized, right? When it comes to their documentation, and it still hasn't come, right? It's still a deferred dream, right? One day. Hello, Kay. How do you say? Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. Came at a very interesting time as we're talking about the history of the U.S.-Mexico relationship, particularly when it comes to immigration.
This type of rhetoric began to change because of the civil rights movement. Because of the civil rights movement of the 1960s, when Mexican Americans said, actually, these people are our brethren. We are still being discriminated. Instead of stopping their discrimination, instead of fighting for them not to come, let us say they should not be discriminated either.
Ana Raquel Mignon, we have to leave it there, and
Yeah, unfortunately, we know that. Unfortunately, we know that when it comes to independent media, it's not easy, right? Like, because you have a hard time limit, right, in which you can interview someone, and so I feel bad, like, I wish they would have let Professor Mignon speak a bit more, but yeah, like that was the big change, is that with the civil rights movement in the 60s, which again, the Chicanx movement itself doesn't start until 69, right? Then you have the change in the advocacy towards other Mexicans that were coming into the United States, because it became quite apparent that even if you fought on, even if you were on the beaches of Normandy, right? Even if you helped, liberate concentration camps, right? Like, I mean, just to list a few, right? Breitenau or Theresienstadt, right? Or Dachau or Mauthausen, right? It didn't matter. It didn't matter. You still were Mexican, right? And that is so sad, that that it did remain as a thing culturally for quite a while, but eventually you did have a cultural shift away from it, and instead of one of advocacy, right? And that's important to keep in mind, especially right now. Again, for those of you that can advocate for those of us that are marginalized and that are targeted and that are being, dehumanized and being ostracized and being othered, right, every single day. Really, this is a time for people to really showcase that solidarity that they should be having, right? We came here when I was 10. I didn't even become naturalized. I didn't even want to become naturalized at 17, 18. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, like, again, I knew people that are dreamers, right? They literally lived their entire life, right? Like they came here like a month old, right? One of the people that comes to mind. A month old. They didn't get, the process started when they were like in their early in their teens, right? Late teens. And they're now almost in their 30s. And nothing's changed, right? And they've literally never been to Mexico in their entire lives, right? Like, except for that 1 month, right? From birth to 1 month that they were there, right? They've never been to that country, and yet they're still seen as though they, right? And in fact, the main part of this actually is that until that point in high school when this person tried to get a job, right? Like a summer job, right? Then it dawned on this person that they weren't legal, that they were there illegally, quote unquote, right? That they were undocumented. And so they couldn't, just work anywhere, right? They couldn't just, and it was hard. I mean, like the parents, brought their family here, and, they have had children here, and, their elder children, in this case, the person I'm speaking about, have to jump through all of these extra hoops just to keep their ability to stay in the country recognized, right? Not even to be naturalized, not even to be given, just to even have a status that allows them to stay within the country they've known their entire lives. And so, yeah, it's a hard thing to face. And, there were times when, I know people that they were upset, right? Or they were upset at their parents, but it's not the marginalized people's faults for the way in which the system that is intended to harm, right, works, right? That is a hard thing to face. Indeed, it is. Very, very hard. And again, it's not something easy, but it is, just one of those things that. Okay, so trying to find the next video. I just have it here. But yes, if you again, if you can advocate for people, do so. If you can help people, do so. The main thing, of course, being that just be there for people. Like right now, this is a time that those of us that are marginalized, those of us that are, it's not easy right now. So let me see here. thought I had it saved, so just give me a quick minute to find it. Okay. Oh.
One of the main...
Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, those are such cute emotes. I had to look away. Oh, the little... That is so cute. From Complainy Laney. I count my blessings for being from a country that U.S. immigration process would overlook. My heart goes out to everyone affected by this racist, abusive, oppressive system. Yeah. And you know, I hate that there are people that would say that that is a political response too, right? That color is great on you. Oh, yeah, no worries. I understood. So, but yeah, back and yes, absolutely. No one. Oh my gosh, Boy Meets Minnie. I just remembered there was this video of, you know, that British guy with the beard that like they have him voice like a whole bunch of different types of video, like, you know, the like the ones that are just constantly pumping out content. He did one on Dalits, and I'm like, I don't even want to know. I want to watch it, but already I'm like, oh, evil boy, like, I can already. I think his name is Simon or something like that. But yeah, he's like that, like very recognizable. He's like has a shaved head, beard, British accent, right? Kind of, and a whole bunch of different things. And there was a video that included that he just was talking about the untouchables, quote unquote, as he decided to. But yes, lots of South Asian people too. Lots of people from Eastern Europe, people from all over the world, right? So to keep them in Mexico is News Nation, if I remember correctly, is a right-wing news channel, right? Oh gosh, I was trying to find where the Mexican president had responded to this, but oh, thank you so much, Narco. Oh no, I don't know about Midas Touch because they're a whole thing. Is this? No, that's too short. Let's see. I really do wish though that our president was as far left as people make her out to be, because she really is not. Oh gosh, first post. There we go. Now we have the right one. Sorry, I thought I had saved it, but it apparently was not the correct video, so I apologize for that. So, okay.
Flores is in Houston for us now. Rosa, how is Mexico responding to what we're hearing from the incoming Trump administration about how they plan to crack down on the border and carry out these mass deportations?
Okay, so I just have to say, the fact that even the phrase mass deportations are just being thrown around like it's like, oh yeah, you know, these mass why? Like, my goodness gracious, this is something that, like, after the Second World War, like, this idea of doing such a thing, right, was seen as horrifying, and, you know, is rightfully seen as a crime against humanity, and even can be a contributing point in the crime of genocide, which is, you know, a whole different story. But just how they say it, it's like, oh, well, you know,
Well, very sternly. As a matter of fact, Mexico's president held a press conference this morning in response to President-elect Donald Trump's threat to impose tariffs on Mexico, actually. But Jim, as you know, all of these things are intermingled. Mexico's president was very firm. She called out President-elect Donald Trump, saying that both Mexico and the United States collaborate on a lot of different levels, including economically. And
Yeah, they also collaborate immensely in terms of like the security state apparatus. Like America's like, oh gosh, why am I now forgetting the name of it? I have one of the books here that talks about it in 1968, but like it was like a specific term used in America to describe like its security stuff. Like this something. Let me see. I want to make sure I have the right term. So just give me one quick second. It would have been called... It would have been called... Oh, I guess it doesn't say what it was. Well, anyway, it was during the Dirty War, in particular, where they had a certain like security state, something along those lines, and they collude so much on that like we know that like there were times actually in history, if we go back to sort of examples of the past, where you had in essence what you had was capitalist organizations, right? So both foundations, right, like kind of as we know them now, like the nonprofits, right, when they kind of began to be a thing, like the Rockefeller Foundation, etc., and also corporations, right, wanting to press national governments in Latin America, right, to essentially take upon this like security doctrine of the United States, right? And so because like the Rockefeller Foundation was founded in 1913, right? And so one of the things that that like, well, just to give an example, right, in 1939, and this is from the book The Century of U.S. Capitalism in Latin America, this is right at the outbreak of World War II, like just as it's about to start. The Rockefeller Foundation began funding a series of studies by the Council, which is its Council on Foreign Relations, right? Like that's a name we hear still to this day, right? Which examined long-term problems related to the war and the post-war world. So as the Second World War was about to start, they already were planning for post-war stuff too. Those studies concluded that U.S. corporations must play a central role in securing raw materials overseas in order to ensure the continued prosperity of the United States. Given the close links between the foundations and the federal government, those views would carry substantial weight in the policy making circles of the federal government, right? So that is where you begin to have like reports for the president, etc., right? That the United States, and I'm quoting now, government needed to foster overseas investments in such materials by American corporations, end quote, right? And so as long as they could, continue their investments, right, and to continue imperializing, that was kind of what they wanted their foundations to do, right? And that's how they try to bring it into policy, right? And in specific, and here's a specific sort of example, right? In 1951, and again, I know this is kind of like a bit of a, but just because now I have the book in my hand, right? The CIA funneled money through the American Federation of Labor, so the AFL, right? Remember we talked about the AFL before, to found the Organización Regional Interamericana de Trabajadores, or ORIT, in Mexico City, under the leadership of Serafino Romaldi. An AFL representative and CIA operative, Orent challenged the Confederación de Trabajadores de América Latina, CITAL, which was a regional labor federation led by a Mexican activist called Lombardo Toledano. So anyway, with the assistance of the AFL, right, now known as AFL-CIO, right, which also was one of the reactionary unions that called for the mass expulsion of Mexicans in the 30s. Then it's president of the ORIDS, right? This other thing, this new sort of union, right? Would, quote, create U.S.-style labor unions focused on economic issues and avoid more radical demands for worker control of industry. In effect, they would create a pro-business labor movement in Latin America, which would accept the principle of a labor management partnership that lay at the heart of capitalist reforms promoted by Nelson Rockefeller and U.S. business leaders. So again, right, like when they say this, we have to remember that this is a lot of interaction. This is a lot of working together, right, with the United States and it's the capitalist hegemon, right? Like it's so something to keep in mind as well.
In other words, she said that she's ready to respond in kind. Let me read to you a portion of that letter that she sent to President-elect Donald Trump. She said, quote, President Trump, neither threats nor tariffs will solve the issue of migration or drug consumption in the United States. Cooperation and shared understandings are required to face these important challenges. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response. I'm going to read that one more time because these are very important words from Mexico's president. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response.
So again, like this is right this is imperialism, right? This is a very good way to discuss imperialism. Actually, is like it's the usage of economic protectionism and the free market, etc. Right? That Latin America has been subjected to, right, throughout the 20th century in particular, but also in the 19th century, to accept, right, U.S. capital interests and then later the U.S. government interests in Latin America, right, and having to foreground them and being subject to, right, their our countries not being able to have access to the American market, right, being held as one of the central things, right, to allow for the continued operation of say organizations that were racially stratified, like in Chile in the mining industry, right? The Chilean mining industry was divided by race, right? Only white Americans could be the highest rank of administrative positions. Everything after a certain level below, down to the lowest positions possible, were all by the peoples of the country itself, right? GE is actually one of the few examples where, because they saw the immense pressure that occurred in other countries in Latin America, like Honduras, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Mexico, etc., they in Brazil were willing to Brazilianize, and this is Thomas F. O'Brien's term, I should say, to describe how they began to, when it came to electrical engineers, right? And we now have an electrical engineer in chat, Narcolepsy, which, by the way, make sure to join the Discord so that way you can join our VC conversations and when we watch movies and other stuff, is that you had electrical engineers that you had GE sort of creating the curriculums that they needed, right, with the universities in Brazil, right? So helping create the curriculum for the workers that they needed, so that then they could bring in Brazilian workers to fill those positions that otherwise would have been racially stratified and not been open to people from the country in Latin America. And by doing this, this meant that they were able to do things like, when it came to electrical engineers in particular, right, to send them not only to university, right, in the local sense, but for their, for the ones that particularly they wanted them to specialize and did very well, they would then pay for them to go study in the United States and then bring their knowledge back to Brazil, right? So again, that was the process of Brazilianization that General Electric began. So again, I know I'm giving lots of different examples, but it's to show you how like the United States plays very many different roles with different countries, right? With some countries, it is more willing to be more lenient. With other countries, it is unwilling to relent in any way when it comes to its capital interest, right? So
continuing like this until we put shared companies at risk. Now, the tone of this letter is very important because Mexico's president is not just talking about tariffs, about economic and the economic relationship with the United States, but also the border relationship with the United States, because Mexico has done a lot to help the Biden administration control the migration that is coming into the U.S. southern border, which begs the question about what is happening on the U.S. southern border, given that Governor Greg Abbott and the incoming U.S. border czar, Tom Homan, are on the border today. Here's the reality. The migrant apprehension numbers are extremely low. I talked to a law enforcement source.
if you were to tell that though to someone out in the wild, so to speak, that the numbers are at an all-time low and etc., right? They don't believe that, like, right? Like the right-wing content mills on YouTube especially love to talk about invasions, love to talk about, and this language was used in the 1930s. Like it was used, during the decade of betrayal, the same thing, like invasions, disease, blah blah blah, same thing, exact same stuff. It's like literally, it's as if it were some just like retrofitted. I mean that's essentially what they are, retrofitted arguments, right?
Jim, who says that on Sunday, migrant apprehensions were about 1,500. If you compare that to December of 2023, when 10,000 people were crossing the border per day, that just gives you a sense of the dramatic change. The reality is, and I've talked to both people on the ground, agents, and also advocates who work on the border, they say it is very quiet right now, very low, despite...
Look at all the people that get to decide about which people get to cross the border or not. I don't know, there's something interesting about them all that kind of unites them in some way. Yes, of course, you have literally people in military fatigues here, let alone a Texas Ranger and, the governor who, again, allows vigilantes to essentially get away with murder as long as it's against an undocumented person crossing the border, and is also, because he installed those razor wire floating things in the middle of the Rio Grande, right, is responsible for the death of multiple people, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Only.
What you're hearing from Governor Greg Abbott and the incoming border czar, Tom Homan. Back to you.
All right, Rosa Flores, important context. Thank you very much.
What do Americans want in terms of what were their top priorities for Trump? This is according to News CBS.
He says he'll slap a 25% tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico. Like, that means that the consumer would have to pay that, right? And the United States does not have the industrial capacity, right, to actually produce the things that people want because of imperialism, right? And this is something that went on even in the 19th century, right? Like a lot of people think that U.S. imperialism in the kind of like neoliberal sense, right, is something more recent, but it's been doing this where it's been exporting capital in order to reap super profits since the 19th century, right? Like that's the reason why, like Lenin in his book Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, mentions the United States as an imperialist power, because you do have that. And indeed, this book goes quite well into the fact that that they would even do social experiments on the workers. I'm not even joking, right? Like they tried to do social experiments with Latin American workers to make them change the way how they were, right? To no longer in fact, this is something that actually was said about in the United States right before the mass expulsions in the 1930s, that Mexicans care too much about their families, right? That they view themselves as a unit, quote unquote, right? In the familial sense, and that's bad for them, right? Like literally saying that was bad, right? Like health wise, even. When I read that, I was like, what on earth is this person talking about? But they were a sociologist, right? A very well respected sociologist of his time, right? But he said, Mexicans do too many things as a family, right? They instead they should be atomized, rational individuals, right, so to speak. And that's what you had even in Latin America, where they tried to create a consumer society in places that did not necessarily have one pre-existing, right? And so one of those things were through its capital investments in the country and its buying up of land and its movement of peoples across Latin America, it was to culturally change the entire landmass, right? To make us no longer, to prefer wage work over, work just enough to get by and then to spend the rest of the time at home, right? Stuff like that, right? Like there are many different things, right? And instead to instill these values of individualism, of other aspects, right, over the course of the 20th century, right? I mean, like what I mentioned just a little bit earlier was not even didn't even go into some of the social stuff, right? But again, there were many different social experiments done, right? And especially in relationship to, and I'll give you an example here of this takes place in Chile, and this is in chapter 3 and page 73 of the book U.S. Capitalism in Latin America, is that you have, right, in Chile, you had these mounting protests that were happening, but essentially they would see, right, these activities that would happen, right, like in terms of the Virgin's feast day, right? So they would journey about 600 miles south with other workers to the city of La Serena in the province of Coquimbo, and they would join in ceremonies surrounding the Virgin's feast day. I'm quoting now. The celebration would include religious services, processions, public ceremonies, and dances, culminating in a day-long bout of public feasting and drinking. And they were upset about that. In fact, that's actually one of the things that mining companies that brought in Mexican workers from northern Mexico into places like Arizona and New Mexico, they didn't like the fact that when there's a particular, if they were Catholic, right, and most of them tended to be, is that if they were to celebrate a feast day, right, some of them involve pilgrimage, right, like people going to an important place, right? In this case, it would be the border state of Sonora, right, which is across from Arizona, or also California, like it would be Baja California or Sonora as well, right? And they hated this. Like, what do you mean you're going to stop working? Like, what do you mean you're going to go see your family? It's like this really weird stuff, but it's literally, and in fact, even, and I've always found this quite fascinating, is even the second industrial revolution's like imposition of the gender roles we know, well, that we sort of know of today, right? Where you have the father that works, right, and the mother that deals with the domestic sphere. Like that was something that also had to be instilled in Latin America by way of U.S. imperialism, right? They did it so that workers would get married to one another, right? They did it so that way the kids would grow up into these gender roles, right? They constructed the very gender roles that now people try to pretend have always existed, right? And were upset at the fact that Latin Americans didn't fit into those roles in the first place. And so, that's why you have the imposition of the nuclear family, right, as being seen as, again, as to help atomize people into an individual, right? So
News YouGov poll that came out. Their highest priority is lower prices. 79.
Oh my gosh, narcolepsy, if you're in chat, this is literally the eggs. 79%. All they're thinking about are eggs. What about the eggs? Have you seen the egg prices? Oh my gosh, like the amount of people that are like, look, if these bananas, right? These are bananas, right? If these bananas are, you know, not 2 cents like back in 1903, then I'm gonna vote for it. like, what are you talking about? Eggs! It's the eggs! Like, I don't know why people are obsessed with the eggs. Like, enough. Trump is gonna hike prices so much and then blame Biden and Obama. Yeah, of course. Like, where do people think, like, for example, think about where people's, like, breakfast, just like breakfast foods come from, right? Like, Chiquita bananas, right? Like, just that, right? Let alone the components of certain cereals, let alone the components of certain, you know what I mean? It's like, even eggs, right? If you're going to have a mass deportation of 20 million people, remember that's what Trump wants. A mass deportation higher than any other mass deportation, and the ones that I was talking about earlier was the ones against Mexicans in particular, right? Which was more than 2 million in the 1930s and more than 1 million in the 1950s, right? He sees that and says, I want to multiply that by 20, right? And it's going to cause immense ruination throughout the country, right? I told you, I used to joke years ago that I measured inflation based on eggs. I wasn't aware that right-wingers were as obsessed with eggs as I am. I mean, it's just so weird that that they decided to focus on this thing where we know that like the prices were changed, right, as a result of corporate greed, not because they're actually, well, I mean, for eggs actually there was an issue with the supply chain because of bird flu, right? Which, I mean, again, I would rather have more expensive eggs than have people dying of bird flu, right? Because it has like a 20% death rate. So, you know, unlike other diseases that people want to act like don't exist anymore for some reason, other viruses, but you know, Messiah Trump will pray and miraculously lower all pray. Oh, man. You know what's funny though is that white South African dude. Like, I think his name is like Helburt or something like that. It's like some Germanic name, right? And where he or like Helgard or something like that, right? And or Helgard, right? That he literally wrote Donald Trump, the Son of Man, the Christ, right? And I'm just like, bro, you're giving away this book that literally argues that there are two messiahs, right? One of them was Jesus, right, of Nazareth, right? He was the Son of God. And then there was the Son of Man. And that Son of Man is Donald J. Trump? That's literally what that book is about. And it is racist as all fucking hell. Like, I can't even begin to tell you. Cannot even begin to tell you how unbelievably, like, this dude, not today, right? Like, this dude literally escaped, quote unquote, the end of apartheid in South Africa to move to the United States. I'm not even joking. Literally what Elon did too. I mean, that's technically what he did too. Yeah, you know, like that's how he ended up in the United States. Only Bashar is oh my gosh. You know what's kind of interesting though is that, like, I do have that on my soundboard, but now it doesn't make any sense, right? You know, like, I have it, but now it kind of doesn't make sense, right? Because, you know, the deprogram. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they've never seen a banana tree. So my parents back in Mexico, right? They at one point had a banana tree in one of the other houses that we lived in, that we, you know, growing up. And they had the blue moon bananas, right? The ones that like taste like vanilla ice cream. That was the kind we had. And so I was like so used to like that flavor of, or blue, I think they're called Blue Moon, right? Wait until oil becomes more expensive. Guess who supplies 1/4 of the oil needed? I mean, again, like, yeah, it's not even, it's why. But yes, eggs, like the right wing is just thinking about eggs. Like literally it's like left wingers, they're thinking about Deleuze and Guattari. So they're thinking about a body without organs, egg. Right wingers, they're thinking about, I don't know, but they're thinking about eggs as well, but just in a whole different context, right? But yes, if you'd like to help me in some way, you can always do so by going to my throne or by going to the different links included on my link tree, some of which, you can go directly to me instead of having it to go to, partially to, some corporation. But of course, that is to your choice. And yeah, it's 25% tariffs of good. Like, I'm trying to think, like, so car parts, beverages, like I'm trying to think like all of the things that come from Mexico, right? Because it's such we do provide so much for the United States. Like, I mean, even just imported beer, right? Like if it's 25% more off of that, plus the added that's going to be added by companies to make a profit, like it's not going to be Modelo time anymore. You know what I mean? Yes, eggs. I don't know what it is. Just right wingers are just always thinking about eggs.
Percent of Americans want lower prices. Just 26% say put tariffs on imports. So his strategy here can undercut what voters want him to do.
Sure, but this, threatening tariffs, particularly against Mexico and other Central American countries, was basically the central pillar of.
I will never forget when Fox said that Trump wanted to cut aid to 3 Mexican countries. That's what, like right now when I heard Central American countries, I am always expecting to hear 3 Mexican countries. Because it's just too... Oh, eggies, yeah. All 3 Mexican countries, right? Which don't include Mexico. So there's the fearsome foursome of the Mexican states. Of the Mexican countries, my eggs. I know, it's just so weird. It's funny because eggs are one of the easier things to farm yourself. Exactly. Like, I know tons of people in this neighborhood that they have chickens, right? All the Mexicos, right? Where we, and I don't know. I just expect them to say it now because it's just like once it happened, it's like that's how people want to say it from now on.
His diplomatic approach to migration when it came to this region. So yes, while those economic concerns are true, the president-elect, he does gravitate towards immigration and migration as his primary issue. This is one of his basically go-to steps when it comes to his approach for these nations. The other thing that's not being talked about as much as sort of Mexico's.
I mean, is that new though? I mean, like Trump's whole thing in 2016 was build the wall, remember? Like, it's not like this is new about Trump, right? Like he wants to build a wall, hyper militarize the border, and also expel 20 million people. Like that's just like stuff he said, right? I don't know. The four former Mexican states now run by Zapatista subcomandantes. Now see that I fully endorse right there. The four Mexicos. The 4 Mexicos run by the 4 different Zapatista movements for each of the cardinal directions. No, very much educate, right? People need to start growing food. I don't have a green thumb, but I'm trying to grow food. I'm also raising chickens for eggs. Oh, that, I like, when my parents did have laying hens, we had 2 in particular. They were like, they were like sisters, right? Like, at least that's how, again, we viewed it, right? Like, oh, they're sisters, right? But they actually like to cuddle, right? Like, I know people like to see, like, birds and stuff like as this kind of like, oh, you don't, like, as opposed to like with dogs, right? Or with cats. But actually that was something that our chickens did like to do. They like to like be held and particularly when it was cold, right? They wanted to be held closely and, petted as well and everything, and be given special treats and just which of the Mexicos is my favorite? I don't know. That's a very good question. There actually is a book called Muchos Mexicos, which means many Mexicos, because that actually is a line in in a film, right? That Sonora. Sonora's nice. No, Sonora is very nice. In fact, there I remember, because my parents did take me on a road trip once that went through a lot of Mexico. Kind of like some parents, right? Like they take their kids and they go, to the national parks across America. My parents kind of did something like that, like a little bit, when that was still a thing that people did. I mean, I know people still do it, but it's kind of different now, right? Because it's a whole different. But where they took me to different Mexican states, right, to sort of get to know the country, right? And so one of the things that I learned about Sonora is that one of the community building things that they do is that if people smell leña, wood, particularly mesquite, right, is what I think would grow in the desert, right, is that people will smell it, and then people will start to congregate wherever that smell is, right? And then people will kind of bring their own food, right, to add into the carne asada, right? So it becomes a communal meal, right? Oh, someone's having a carne asada, that means, oh, let's go bring some, let's go bring some chile, let's go bring some tortillas, let's go bring some soda, let's, you know what I mean? And so then it becomes a bigger event. Yes, chicken cuddles, yes. Vladimir Kimten. I love that. Our kitty is watching ours. Aww. His name is Vlad. Oh, hello, Vlad. Привет, товарищи. Turned my ex-wife vegan? Oh my gosh. Except I had a source of yard eggs for a while, my family, that let roosters mingle with their hens. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, that's a whole different thing right there.
Response to this as well.
Also, remember, he's saying this day one. I also want to remind people something, right? Because he's going to get inaugurated in 12 days, right? This is just a fact. In 12 days, Donald Trump will be inaugurated. He will be, pardon me, not in 12 days. Oh my God. God. Sorry, I apologize. Not 12 days. I'm in a month and 12 days or something like that. I don't know. I read it this morning. I was about to say wait a second. I'm looking at the calendar. I'm like, it's not January yet, Thankfully, I was wrong. 43 days. Thank you. Oh, because they did it 1 month and blank days, right? And I'm like, okay. I think it was. I guess it would have been 13 days, right? Or no, yeah, 12 days, right? Because if it's 43, so it's 30 plus 13, but then it's 31, 12. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I'm not. I'm just trying to be I did see the 12, right? I did see it. But yeah, again, both, and there were two different breeds of chicken too, right? One of them laid, one thing we like to do was, again, most people think that chickens only lay brown eggs or white eggs, but actually, one of our chickens laid blue eggs, right? Chickens can have eggs that are pink, that are green, that are blue, that are, yellowish. It just depends on the but we have the standardized version, right? That is white or brown, right? And that is, because of industrialization. Yeah, they can lay blue and pink. Yep, because I had ones that lay blue and ones that lay brown, and then I had some that laid pink, I think. Well. That actually would have been my grandparents, but yeah, it looks like Easter when they're all exactly essentially they're already pre-painted Easter eggs, but you just have to boil them, you don't, right? Isn't that what you do with the eggs, right? You boil them, right? You don't. because I know, like, in Greece, they will, like, paint them, like, deep red and then, like, crack them against one another, you know, so, for Pascha, right, as it's called. Have you heard of, so, yes, I have heard of them, Fluvius, yeah. Aren't they from, like, Vietnam, if I remember correctly? Yeah, because I remember that they were a bit, like, you had to, you know, usually import them from Vietnam, if memory serves me right. But yeah, like, I would usually, like, in the morning, I would go out and go get the eggs and then bring them back in, because again, that see, now we're just talking about eggs. China, actually, okay, yeah, China, okay, that makes sense. I know that there is that one type of chicken that is, I think it's from Vietnam. Now, maybe I have it, yeah, where it's known because its skin, right, like its flesh is the color, is like dark, right? It's like, instead of having like a light colored flesh or like a yellow colored flesh, it's black, right? Isn't that one? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
You know, in order to do many of those ambitious plans that the president-elect has been talking about, sweeping border restrictions, mass deportations, you also need somebody to take in those people that you're reporting, that being the Mexican government.
See, this is the thing that, like, in the 30s and the 50s, right? The United States didn't have to, quote unquote, worry, right? Unlike what happened with Jewish people and others in Europe, right? Like the Roma and Sinti people, right? Where they had their sedition. Again, it is already precedent, right? That progressive, right, Western countries, right, void the citizenship of people who literally have been living there as long as they have, right? In the case of the Jewish people, right? They are as German as anybody else, right? And you have them have their citizenship removed in 1935 with the installation of the Nuremberg laws, right? And so, and that's when you have, like, the Aryanization process really, I mean, it starts in 33, but it intensifies between 35 and 38, you know, which culminates in Kristallnacht, right? So, so you really have it where people have their citizenship removed, even if they've been there for infinite generations, so to speak, right? And you also have them becoming refugees and nobody wanting to take them in, right? That was why a lot of the mass deportation plans that Germany had for a lot of the countries didn't work, because none of the Western countries would take them in, right? In fact, there are many people that have argued that the 1924 Immigration Act and the White Paper of the British in 1939, but also 1920, they also had a policy change in 1920, where it essentially forbade people from Eastern Europe immigrating to, because they didn't want large-scale Jewish immigration to either country. And for, you know, as much as America likes to, you know, again, as much as America has always been a place where Jewish people have gone to be free from the restrictions of old Europe, so to speak, and Britain as well, right, to have the freedom of religion and of expression, etc. Both countries closed their borders to people from Eastern Europe, and so many people put one of the circumstantial aspects, right, that the world did, right, when it comes to the Second World War and the Holocaust, right, is the fact that those two countries didn't take anybody in, right? That people that could have been saved, right, weren't, because they were enforcing, you know, they were tough on the border, right, so to speak. So that's another thing to keep in mind, right? Like, when you have these huge enforcements, right, that's what ends up happening. People who would otherwise, again, this is exactly what's happening with the Stay in Mexico policy. People who are in a legal limbo in a country that is not their own, right, in Mexico, trying to seek asylum in the United States, but are not allowed to live in the United States until their hearing, right, are instead staying in these, now making Mexico have to create these, reception centers, right? And it's something that's never been done before, right? It's not as though they were there prior, right? So imagine you already have that with people trying to get to the United States, along with mass expulsions, right? Like, so bringing up the Mexican government is an important thing, because in the previous two iterations of it, right, of a total of over 3 million Mexicans that were mass expelled, which again, over 60% of whom were U.S. citizens or documented. So they were not being repatriated, as America likes to say that they were, means that, again, you will have the same running roughshod over this idea of legality, right? The conditionality of this idea of coming the right way, of, right? It rings so hollow when you have this historical context, right? Vis-a-vis Mexico in particular, right? That shows you that it doesn't matter, right? That if they want to mass expel, they will, make Mexico have to take in millions of people, or et cetera, right?
They've been basically a collaborator and one of the prime reasons that the Biden administration has been able to drive down border crossings recently. And today, the Mexican government also issued a response to the president-elect.
Hey, just before you jump in, just to read that response from Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican president. She said, President Trump, neither threats nor tariffs will resolve the issue of migration or drug consumption in the United States. Cooperation and shared understanding are required to face these important challenges. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response, continuing like this until we put shared companies at risk.
So again, right, and Mexico has had enough problems already with Americans owning investment property and fucking up real estate. I actually, I know I've mentioned this before, right, that like in my parents, like where my parents' house is in Mexico City, you have people that will like buy like a series of like apartments or something and then like only rent it out to other like Americans or expats. But I did learn that that apparently there is a town on Lake Chapala, which is like in Latin America would be the second largest lake after Lake Titicaca, right, in between the border of Bolivia and Peru, right, is that you have it so that there, in some, is that legal in Mexico to buy, to discriminate? I mean, in a sense, no, it's not legal to discriminate, right? But it's like the rents are so high that they're prohibitively expensive for the average Mexican worker. Because remember, like our minimum wage in Mexico, I mean, the last time I calculated it was $11 a day, right? Not an hour, a day, right? So if their rents are well above, and they tend to be, right? Because there is no rent control in Mexico City. Really, there's no rent control anywhere in Mexico, but in Mexico City in particular, right, where there should be, yeah, a day. Our minimum wage is measured by day, not by hour. And it has been raised so that it's been gone up 100%, like the compensation, so to speak. But inflation has kind of eaten into that, right? So that essentially you don't really... But now a law that used to actually be... I'm trying to remember where it was, but a policy position that I've said prior, right? That let me see if I can find it. But essentially, there were countries that already did this, right? Proving that this isn't some like, oh, we don't know what would happen if we were to do this, right? Or whatever. We actually do know that it would help if we were to have a minimum wage that, like in Mexico now, it was passed by the Congress, by the parliament, I should say, so that wage adjustments happen automatically every year, or recalculated every year to account for inflation. And I finally found the page. So this is also in the Century of U.S. Capitalism in Latin America. And I'm quoting now on page 123. Quote, in the immediate post-war years, conflicts between the socialist and communist weakened the labor movement. No more infighting. Come on. No, but in 1948, law banning the Communist Party delivered another blow to the militant workers. Isn't it funny that like in almost every country, as soon as you start banning like the Communist Party, bad stuff happens, because it's almost like it's not the Communist Party that's bad, right? Almost like. That the people that want, the workers owning the means of production, etc., and equality, blah, 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 equity, etc., it's almost like they're not the bad guys. Almost like it. But, in America, here in this... Oh my goodness, thank you so very much, the big room. My goodness gracious, 24 months. And a 24-month streak, 2 years. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, the big room. 2 years of incredible content. I have been educated, enlightened, and entertained more than I can express. Much love to you. Much love to you as well, big room. I really appreciate it. That is so sweet of you. I can imagine there must be a bunch of American migrants who moved to Mexico because, yes, that is true. And that is why a lot of people that are retirees will move to Mexico. And there's now this town called Ajijic, I think, or Ajijic, whatever. I think it's Ajijic or Ajijic. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It literally means the place where, like, the birthplace of the water. That's what it means in Nahuatl, Ajijic. That town is essentially 80% expatriates from the United States and Canada. Like, it's literally like an American colony just on Lake Chapala, right? Which, again, is the second largest lake in Latin America. But they go there because you have the, cheap, medicine, right? Also access to cheap, medical care, et cetera, right? That happens a lot to countries that are cheaper to live in, right? And in fact, that's one of the things the European Union actually allowed for, right? Is that it allowed for those countries to become imperialized, right? Like particularly like Greece and Italy, right? And Spain. Like for the British, definitely it's, the Costa del Sol, right? And Malaga and all of that is definitely like very... My mom wants to move to Turkey. Personally, I've always wanted to go to Istanbul and to go there for their international congress on the Ladino language. Because, that's something that's one day, years from now, when I finally start the project to make a Ladino textbook for university students, I would like to maybe try to present it at that conference in Istanbul. But, that's years in the future. Who knows how many years. But that's like a goal of mine, right? But yes, that's why a lot of Russian people also move to Turkey, right? Because like with the economic issues that Russia's having as a result of their invasion of the Ukraine, right? Or of Ukraine, I should say. That then a lot of people, felt the need to move to places like Turkey or Serbia, where it's much less expensive. But going back to quoting, then, in the very same year in which the government granted a massive tax reduction to the copper companies under the Nuevo Trato or New Deal. So this is not the same New Deal as in the United States, right? This is in Chile, right? It reduced, quoting again, it reduced workers' incomes when it imposed a rigorous anti-inflation program that drastically reduced government subsidies for public services such as potable water, so water that you can consume, right, and transportation. And the Chilean government suspended automatic wage adjustments for inflation. The program would slow inflation, but it would also undermine the standard of living for most Chileans, right? So again, like, this historian is obviously not necessarily looking at it from a, like, yes, it brought down inflation, right? But like, it's the same thing like with Paul Volcker, right? Like, technically speaking, going into a recession ends inflation by definition. That is literally the end of an inflationary period is a recession. So what essentially that's describing is that the government cut government spending, right? Went into austerity and then allowed itself to go into a recession so that then the inflation would go down. But in doing so, it also brought down the living standards of the Chilean people, right? Like, because it got rid of the wage protections. So there's that. So again, right? So Mexico has this automatic, right? Every year it's recalculated. And again, the last time I calculated it, it was about $11 a day. I know it now went up again because of it being readjusted, but I don't remember like what it is now. I would imagine it's probably like $14 a day, maybe. But again, you can see how like, I mean, again, let's make it something that's divisible by 8, right? Let's just say that it's $16 a day, right? So it's $2 an hour, right? More or less, right? But so right now it's less than that. It's less than earning $2 an hour. If you're in the formal economy, right? That's if you are actually in the formal labor force. If you're not, which a lot of people in Mexico do not form part of the regular, the regular, right? Labor force, right? They do not get paid those wages, right? They get paid whatever they are paid, right? So that's another thing to keep in mind, right? And again, like Mexico's wages hadn't been changed until the AMLO administration, which came into power in 2018, but they hadn't gone up since the 1990s. So like people grew up for, almost 3 decades without ever seeing a rise in minimum wage. And in America, it's been even longer, right? Because you have people that have stories that they tell themselves about, well, back in my day, I remember that I used to work at the Toot Totem and I was only paid $1.50 an hour and I was able to afford a 5-bedroom house with 10 bathrooms and a 45 yard by 20 yard pool, and it's just like, okay, but that doesn't happen anymore. No, see, what you whippersnappers are forgetting is that if you were to just pull yourself up by your bootstraps right here, you would be able to, right away start working and do all those things, and start working at the Totem Totem. I would like to visit Turkey someday and visit the Hagia Sophia and the cats. Yes, in fact, Narcolepsy was mentioning how, like in Egypt, it's very common to see a lot of cats, like a lot of essentially feral cats, I guess, right, roaming the streets of Egypt, right, because of that historical, right, appreciation of cats. And you want to know something funny? This is just like an interesting biblical point, right? In the Jewish Bible, right? Hello, MIDI doctors, welcome in. There, what's one animal, right, that should be mentioned, but it isn't mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. There's not a single mention of a cat. There are mentions of kelevim, dogs, but there are no mentions of cats. And much of that comes from the fact that in order to distinguish themselves from the Egyptians, right, the peoples in the land of Canaan that later came to be known as the Hebrews or the Israelites or the, etc., is that they did not like is that they wanted to set a cultural difference away from the Egyptian appreciation of the cat, right, and the sort of divinity that they gave to cat figures, right, in the ancient Egyptian religion. And so they made it so that it just isn't even mentioned at all in the it isn't even mentioned at all in the Hebrew Bible. So that's one animal that should be mentioned because it existed, right? And if especially the part that's set in Egypt, right? But it's never mentioned once. It's the only animal that that of course the peoples would have known about, right? Because they talk about lions and all of this other stuff, but they don't mention a single domesticated cat, right? In the UK, the minimum wage rises every April. Okay, that's good. Yeah, like, see, one of the countries I was considering possibly trying to find, well, see, that's the issue, right? Is like, as a historian, and I kind of don't like starting sentences that way, right? Because I know some people make fun of people that are, you just got an ad for cat food. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, Punk Rose. I was considering possibly looking someplace in Europe to try to get a job and to move to, right? As a historian, indeed. You know, I remember back when I used to work at the Totem Totem, and I was the Totem Totem's official historian for the Totem Totem on the corner of Sam Houston and Mirabel Lamar Boulevard. You know what I'm talking about? You know. You know. But that's just some of the... By the way, if you know Texas history, you know why that's funny. That intersection. You know why an intersection like that would be funny if you're from Texas. You know why. You know what's going on at that Totem Totem. Oh, so that swapped to... Yeah, at the end, I know. For some reason, it went to... No, because I started to think about Giga Chat for some reason, about him talking about as a historian, right? And for him to be like, you know, my family, you know, when we discovered electricity, and we were the ones that invented spaghetti and rigatoni and all of that stuff, and we came over here with our Lamborghinis and all of that stuff, and we started to rule over this town that never actually had a monarchy, but for some reason, for us, we were allowed to be monarchs, even though historically it never had a monarchy, and we were over there making our pasta and our rigatoni and our prosciutto, and all of those things, making ourselves a nice Italian hero sandwich, with some pappardelle on the side, and some prosciutto and some gabagool and all of that stuff, right? With some extra, the oil and vinegar mixed with a little bit of the black and white pepper, But yeah. But everybody knows what's going down at the Totem Totem on the corner of Sam Houston and Mirabel Lamar Boulevard.
A pretty stark warning.
It is a stark warning, and I think that statement comes from a sentiment that I would hear often in Mexico as well, while reporting.
Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies, Christina Amazon. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, well, if you want me to actually go into it, so Stephen F. Austin, right? The horror. No, I'm just... Stephen F. Austin, after whom the capital of Texas is named after, the reason why he wanted to found Texas, one was because he wanted slavery. Well, people wanted slavery. And forget about it. What are you doing? I'm over here walking. I'm trying to get a cup of coffee over here. Yeah, Mr. Austin, right? So he started to get a little bit scared of this whole, this New York company, right? That was starting to, do a lot of investments, right? It was going to essentially buy him out. So what he said is, you know what we got to do? We've got to have a slavers revolt, right? Because the problem is Mexico in 1810 did something that is bad for business, right? At least according to Stephen F. Austin and many white Americans of the time, which was they ended slavery, right? We ended slavery in 1810 in principle, right? That was something that was declared upon when we declared independence, right? So, you're triggering my caffeine addiction. I'm so sorry. What happened was there was this company in New York that was going to buy out Austin, all of that stuff. And I was talking to my Aunt Esther, and this is what she told me, okay? She told me over the phone just the other day, right, that there were two factions, right? Essentially, there was the Stephen F. Austin faction, right, that also had a figure of Mirabel Lamar, right? Now, Mirabel Lamar is a very interesting figure, but he wasn't Italian, so it doesn't really matter. And he was no Italian stallion, that's for sure. And then you have Sam Houston. And, my Aunt Esther, she told me quite a few things, but about Sam Houston, right? That he was nice and tall, and he had nice, whatever. He knew how to wear a pair of linen trousers, as my Aunt Esther says, right? So, there were two factions, right? One of them was we should be an independent country so that way we can have slavery across the all of Texas, right? That is what the Texas motto was, right? Slavery here and now, essentially. But because this company in New York was essentially going to be able to outbid them whenever it came to any work contracts, they said, we're going to become our own country. So in 1935, you have, right, the Slavers' Revolt, right? And what did the Texans say, right? They say, oh, it's all your fault, Mexico. You had to go over there, make slavery illegal in 1810. How dare you? How dare you? Do you never consider what your neighbors in the United States want, And then, of course, rude, like, look, I know a couple of people that live in Naples, Florida, but, you don't have to, anyway. So as I was saying, so you have it where they have a slaves revolt, right? Mexico keeps telling them, you can't bring in slaves. It's illegal. And the Anglo-American immigrants, many of whom were not there legally, by the way, if you really want to talk about it like that, essentially try to find ways to get around the law, right? They try to say, well, it's a 0-hour contract, right? They live here and they work here for the rest of their lives, but they're not slaves, right? Because there's a contract saying that they're not slaves, right? Obviously, over time, this became more and more of an issue because you started to get a huge influx of Anglo immigrants into what is now Texas, right? Particularly eastern Texas, which is where most of the plantation agriculture took place, right? So this is why, for example, this is why it's called Beaumont, right? I remember Beaumont, Texas, right? I remember I went there in the summer of '82, right? And I don't know. I just saw all these little rickety houses, and I don't know. I've seen better stuff in Daytona Beach, personally speaking, but you know how it works. You gotta say that they look nice, Point being that, right, you have this mass influx of people that want to essentially change they're trying to do settler colonialism, but this time they're doing it against a country that supposedly they respect. Yeah, a $0 contract, right? Yeah. It's like, oh, they're doing it, but because they signed this contract, even though we don't teach them how to read or write, that means that it's okay, right? It's legal. And remember, when Texas did gain independence, right? When they did gain independence, and when they also became part of the United States, Afro-Mexicans and Afro-Mestizo Mexicans were threatened with being re-enslaved. I'm not even joking. Like that, and like they were saying, and even people that were never slaves, right? They said, oh, well, because you're Afro-Mexican, because you're Afro-Mestizo, well, now under the United States, you can be enslaved, right? So anyway, we move on. So there were two factions, right? One of them wanted Texas to become part of the United States, right? That faction was led by Sam Houston, right? In fact, the first capital of Texas was Houston, Texas, right? Right? Kind of like that verse in that song, S on Houston, Texas, but face looks like Claire Huxtable, And what you have is then you have the formation of the city of Washington on the Brazos, right? And that became the capital, right? Eventually, you get Austin, right? But there's a lot of stuff, right, that's going on, There's a lot of, rigatoni's being thrown around, the usual. What you need in those times, in those trying times, is just extra cannolis, okay? That's what you need, with the extra bittersweet chocolate chips, okay? That's what everybody needs. Extra thick and creamy cannolis. Wanna kick? Yeah, well, And so the other faction, led by Mirabeau Lamar, said, no, we want Texas to be its own independent republic, right? That will enshrine the, right for white people to enslave non-white people, right? And, stuff like that, right? The white rights movement, quote unquote, right? And so what you get is, the way how the system in Texas, in the Republic of Texas, the way how it works is you cannot run for president in consecutive terms, right? So the first president was Sam Houston, second president was Mirabeau Lamar, right? Mirabeau Lamar worked really hard to try to set up the connections with England, right? Which, England at that time loved, getting, products from the American South. So, to have another country that it could also get, slave-produced materials was, one of its things at the time. As well as, the French and everybody else, but principally the British, right? Because, they had their, the mills, Yeah, we love getting products from other countries. Right, exactly, like those, how does William Blake call them? Upon here, is it like, anyway, he talks about them like being like from hell, right? The industrial mills are from hell, essentially. That's kind of how he says it. Anyway, so in one of his poems, right? So what ends up happening, right, is that because Sam Houston was the fourth president, right? That was when the United States wanted to annex Texas, right? And it knew going in, right, that by annexing Texas, right? And for this, I'm gonna switch over to this one over here, right? Oh, wait, actually it's on this side. Even better. So, this here is the Nueces River, right? It literally means the river of nut. Or the Nut River, whatever you want to call it. It's the Nut River, right? The Nueces River, right? And so Mexico said, well, look, the province that we call Texas, right, that before used to be Texas y Coahuila, right, we decided to put the border here, right, on the Nueces River, right, the river of nut, right, the Nut River, right, in English, right, so the Nueces River. And so they said from there up to here, right, in Texas, would all of this stuff to the east would be the Republic of Texas, and everything else would belong still to Mexico, right? They didn't like that, right? Americans didn't like that, right? Americans love borders, right? But they like to be the ones that set them, right? That's the thing, right? They want to be the ones that set them and enforce them, right? They don't care about other people, right? Like, Mexico wants its border there. Who cares, right? And so it did something that even at the time was seen as against international conventions, right? Against the laws and rules of war, right? It put its army, right, under the presidency of Polk, right? It put an army in a disputed territory, right? In between, yes, the Nueces River. If you were to translate that into English, it literally means the Nut River or the River of Nut. Which of course is the true natural boundary of the United States, and the true boundary of Texas. Yes, these nuts. The These Nuts River, exactly. So, what do we get? It's that then by putting in an army, right, they cooked up this story, right, that because they essentially made the Mexicans have to respond, right, kind of like what the State of Israel does, interestingly enough. Very strange how, settler colonial projects tend to mirror one another, tend to, learn lessons from each other. It's interesting. Interesting. So there was a skirmish, right? Even though Mexicans were the people that were responding to the Americans beginning it, then the famous telegram that later became a headline, right? American blood has been spilled on American soil, right? Even though it was disputed territory, right? Because it was on the other side of the Nut River, right? Of the River Nueces, right? So, that is the incident that started the Mexican-American War. But I don't like to call it that because it makes it seem as though Mexico actually had, right, some way of really defending itself against the United States, right? Like the United States wanted to conquer all of Mexico. In fact, that's something that even is spoken about in this book too, right? That the only reason why they didn't conquer the entire country, and they actually questioned whether or not we as a nation, the Mexicans, deserve to exist. I'm not even joking. I'm not even like I am paraphrasing, but that is almost a direct quote from this book here. The expansionist coalition that it existed at the time, right? Realize something, right? If we take over all of Mexico, that means that everything that is below the line that we decided to draw as a border between slave states and free states, right, would benefit the slave states, right? Again, if you would like to support me in some way, you can always do so by going to my throne, donating to my passport fund to also help me try to get, feel a little bit better. But if you'd like to help me in some other way, you can always do so going to the other ways, such as my Cash App, my Venmo Throne, I already said Throne, subscribing to my Patreon and to my Substack, if you would like to. And if you would like to use PayPal, you can always do so by using the tip function on my on my Twitch channel page. So they said if we take over Mexico, right, and reintroduce slavery, by the way, in doing so, right, 46 years after, or 36 years after it had already been abolished, right, they said, well, it's gonna benefit the slave states more, right? And the free states were like, we can't have that, right? We have to have this balance, right, so to speak. So they decided, what if we just conquer half of Mexico, right? What if we just took half? Then we'd be able to get land that could possibly be open to slavery, right? In this case, Texas, right? But also, we wouldn't have to absorb people that we believe, right? And this was true again. This is a historically known thing, right? That they viewed as racially inferior to themselves, right? That is still how Americans view us, and that is how Americans viewed Mexicans back then as well, right? That we were a lesser race in comparison to the Anglo-Saxon one, right? So that is when the expansionist coalition, right, that essentially wanted America to continue colonizing as much of Latin America as possible, right, stopped. They broke apart because they realized in fact, it's very much like the West Bank in Israel, now that I think about it, right? Like the West Bank, right, has peoples, right, that the Israelis don't want to give citizenship to, right? And they don't recognize as being their social equals or their, political equals, right? Or, equals in general, right? And so the liberal or the left Zionists that people like to say, and I know that I said that in a historical context and talking about a political formation, are literally people that say we do not want to annex the West Bank because it would change the racial character of the state of Israel. That's the left wing, quote unquote, in Israel, right? And depending, of course, where they draw the line, which is never the green line, but it's depending on how left, quote unquote, they go, right? They either go to accepting most of the two-state solution with land swaps, or having the security fence, that's a wall, right, to be the border between. But they don't disagree on this, right? They don't disagree on keeping East Jerusalem, right, as part of their colonial expansion, right? So that's one thing where it's again, and if they do say that they want, East Jerusalem to go back to the Palestinians, usually there are conditions, right, like demilitarized, whatever, etc. Anyway, coming back to the United States and Mexico, since I wanted to make an analogy to settler colonialism of its own time, right? What you had was, again, I bet they didn't want to mingle with they did not want to, right? This is why, right, in northern New Mexico, and there's a book called The Language of Blood, because it's literally the language of blood quantum, right? Something that I know, it's part of my historical research, right? Besides my, help me get a passport fund, on Throne, right? There are books that people have gotten me and that are still there that I would like for my research, right? That more or less discuss things that contribute to this stuff, right? And so one major thing to really keep in mind here, you said nuts so much, I went and got some almonds. Well, that just proves that the natural border between the United States and Mexico is the Nut River, I think that is where we should go found a socialist state on the Nut River. The Republic of Nut, Anyway, as I was saying. You got almonds. Still, that's good. I like almonds. So they, of course, didn't colonize all of my country. They only colonized about half of it, right? The People's Republic of Nut. Okay, I should copyright that. You know what I mean? The People's Republic of Nut. Because we have to make Texas red, but in the right way. You know what I mean? The right way. Anyway, so this is also what lays the ground for a lot of its imperialism that it will do in Mexico as well, right? It doesn't view people from Mexico as being racially equal to them, right? To the Americans, who are identified as being Anglo-Saxon primarily, right? And so that also affects how, again, when we talk about the way how Mexico is being treated, right? It's often seen as, again, like there are people that want to already say like Mexico is a failed state, and it's like, what are you even talking about? Like, what does that even mean, right? Because one, they apply that too liberally, right? In the original sense of that word, right? They call that to every, they say that about any country that they don't like. Oh, it's a failed state. Canada, it's a failed state, They don't have good bus service, so, it's obviously a failed state, right? Mexico, right? But all of Latin America, right? This affects this. So when you see these attacks against the Mexican people and against Mexico itself, saying we not only want to mass deport people, right? U.S. definitely. But the People's Republic of Nut, now that one is successful. That is true success. Remember. What you have, right, in this process, our buses are all right in the city. I mean, look, if I want to take a bus from, I don't know, from Musoni, right, to Sault Ste. Marie, I should be able to. Otherwise, no. 6 years here and I have never purchased a car. Well, that's good. there were no buses at all. Oh, I know. I mean, I kind of know what you mean, but I also don't, right? Like in LA, there's a lot of buses, but if I were to wait at the bus stop, I would be waiting like an hour. Like there's no regular service. I don't know why, but for some reason, in certain types of neighborhoods, I wonder what unites us all. The buses, for some reason, are always late. I wish I didn't have to use a car because, earlier this year I was in an accident and was in recovery because of that. And so, still reeling from that to some extent. But anyway, so again, this is the reason why the United States feels that, this is why, for example, not Rob Ford, what's his name? The brother, what's the brother's name? Not Rob Ford, but Doug Ford, right? It's Doug Ford. When he's like, how dare Donald Trump put us in the same category as Mexico, right? We are no Mexico, right? Okay, Doug. I think we get your message loud and clear. Oh, thank you so much, Scribbles. I appreciate that. Definitely do feel better. Yeah, Canada's no Mexico. Sounds like a skill issue, but
there, and that's that there are officials in the Mexican government that also feel as if they have some leverage, with this new administration. We often talk about this as, the president-elect Trump, issues threat to Mexico and has these immigration demands. Well, Mexico also knows that, the U.S. needs Mexico in terms of many of these plans when it comes to the border. And that was one of the more sort of direct statements I've heard. But it was something that I think you often hear privately that's now made its way to the public when it comes
Manu, can I say just a quick word on China?
Sure.
China is a little bit different than Mexico and Canada. Obviously, those two are the biggest trading partners, are close allies. But with China, Trump really has used tariffs as a means. He talks about fentanyl quite a bit and kind of uses that as the punitive measure. But really, he's trying to force them into a position where he can get them to negotiate better trade deals.
Look, this is the reason why Canada and the United States want to kick Mexico out of NAFTA 2.0, right? Oh, how dare you, say that you don't want to import our corn that caused an economic crisis in your country in the 80s and the 90s. How dare you, right? You should allow us to cause economic crises in your country, right? But again, one thing that they said that is true, right, is that Mexico has to take in the 20 million people that they want to kick out, right, that the Americans want to kick out, right? And that's a lot of people, right? Like, this is why when people say, oh, that the fact that I'm talking about possibly, moving, whatever, 20 million, that's a lot of people, okay? That's a lot of people. And with the historical precedents, it doesn't really matter if I have my passport in my front pocket, right? It doesn't matter. If they want to deport me, they will, regardless, right? Just because I'm Mexican, right? That is in itself the reasoning behind it, right? So, with that being said, to say that Mexico has leverage is only in the sense that will it be forced to, like in the previous instances in the 30s, and in the 30s it really had no choice. It really had no choice at all. In the 50s, though, it was a bit different, but it also caused economic problems in Mexico because, again, you suddenly have a million people, more than a million people, most of whom a lot of people don't even know the language. A lot of people are not citizens, so they can't just work immediately, right? Because, again, there's a citizenship process, just like in any other country, right? And they're not citizens of Mexico, but they're Mexicans, right? 25 million is a number I've heard. It's ridiculous. Over one term, it equates to 7,000 a day. Well, remember, in the 30s, under Hoover and FDR, there was an expulsion of over 2 million, right? And the one that Trump cites, Eisenhower, right, that was over 1 million in 1954, right? Operation Racial Slur, right? So, in terms of, like, the idea of using, for example, and this is something that if you read the book The Violence Never Leaves You, as well as the Decade of Betrayal, right, important books that important for my research, right, and everything, And I will always be thankful for the fact that I have a community and a group of people that have cared about me for since I began streaming and everything, to even help me in my research in this way, right? And I will always be appreciative of that. So then that way I can read those texts, right, and to use them for my research. Courts being filled up, 2 million is nothing. The whole point is that when they did it in the previous instances, right, in the 30s and in the 50s, right, and the one that he's talking about is Operation Racial Slur, right, over 60% of the people that were repatriated, right, were U.S. citizens or were documented, right? I said that quite a few times this stream, but it's because it's true, right? Over 60% of the people that were expelled. So that means that, again, the whole thing about adjudication and the courts and you're legal or you're not legal, you have your paper, it doesn't matter, right? America has already set precedent multiple times, right, that when it comes to the mass expulsion of particularly Mexicans, but immigrants at large, that it deports first and then asks questions later, right? So yes, in fact, Trump said that he would use the army. Trump did say that. And that is something that historically was done as well, right? All of the agencies, from the federal government down to the city governments, and this was especially the case in states like Texas, like California, worked to try to ethnically cleanse the United States of Mexicans in the 1930s. They were willing to work on their own individually and concurrently, right, in concert, in order to do this ethnic cleansing. So yes, they will use the army. They will do all of those things because they've done it before. And there are many people who, to this day, again, as I said, like Richard Ramirez, right? Raymond Ramirez, right? Dr. Ramirez, he never got to meet his father. He never told anybody, besides, of course, like his family, right? Like they knew, right? He never brought that up until he testified before both houses of Congress in California, right? That he never got to meet his father because he was caught up during those operations in the 1930s. And you already have, right, detention centers that are run for a profit, that even when people are released, even when people are given visas, right, it does not mean that they're going to release them right away or release them at all, right? Unfortunately, the scholar that was doing that research, I don't know what happened to them. I think, I don't know. This was around COVID time, so I'm not sure, I don't know if, they changed positions, like academically or whatever, but I do remember reading the federal complaints in an article that talks about these detention centers along the border that are privately owned, that, like, they would give them old food, right? They would spray them with chemicals, right? They would deny to give people the correct medicine, particularly psychotropic medicine, right? They would give them the wrong medication. So then that way they would have episodes, so that way they can engage in violence and also possibly imprison them for crimes, right? But that was induced, right? But of course, those places are still open. And they're still doing what they're doing. So 2 million is nothing, but yeah, ICE doesn't have them. Yeah, it would have to be the army. And that's the thing, is that you have Texas, for example, saying they're willing to use every level, down to municipal, county, regional, state, willing to help in the deportation process. So the only difference is now California is a bit different, right? But who knows?
He says that they take advantage of the U.S. And so that's been his tactic all along. And it was very controversial under the first Trump administration. But the Biden administration, when they came in, they did a review and decided not to reverse a lot of those tariffs. And so actually, both parties have come quite a long way since the first Trump administration.
Well, again, they might say 20 million. They might say, and another thing too is, that's if you make it. That's only if we take it as the example being that they will, right? That they will, each and every single person will be, moved away, right? When we have the example that people were threatened or essentially forced or, said that, oh, they went on their own volition, right, to Mexico, right, as a way to escape the persecution of the time, right? So it doesn't require all of the people that they claim that they're going to go after, right, to be handled, right, by the particular system, right? It's that the system would be used regardless, right? Because again, like that's often what people that try to whitewash the history of the mass expulsions in the 30s will say, well, people chose to go back. Well, when you live in El Paso and, they don't allow you back into your own home, and the only way for you to not be persecuted is to leave the country, to the country right next to it, next to El Paso. I mean, I guess that's on their own volition, right? But
when it comes to China in particular, it is much more controversial for countries like Mexico and Canada. But with China, there's a little bit more tolerance from both parties for actions like this. And I think you're going to see that even moving forward.
One thing, though, has been, Trump has had a shifting ideology on a lot of issues over the years, shall we say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Mildly on some issues in particular. Tariffs has been different. This is Trump from 24 years ago.
There are a lot of things I'd do if I were elected, but one thing I do definitely is stop other countries from ripping off the United States. They are ripping us like we've never been ripped before. If you look at Japan...
Oh, why does he always have to talk like that, They're ripping us like they never ripped... Like, what is he even referring to? I don't know. It's just... if it was going to be... Again, it's going to be the people that are maligned, right? Like, it's not going to... I mean... like particularly when it comes to like Haitian Americans, right? Like that's what happened with Springfield, Illinois, right? All of these things, right? The demonization of all of these various peoples. And again, the fact that, you have the concept of an illegal person being acceptable in common parlance. Or the fact that you have people with signs saying mass deportations now. Right, it's...
And if you look at China, where we lose $100 billion a year with China, and they do nothing to help us with potential...
China, yeah. Author of The America We Deserve. That it's funny. Did anybody even know that there were other titles that were attributed to Donald Trump? Or articles or whatever attributed to Donald Trump? Like... The America We Deserve? Because I don't think so. I think most people know The Art of the Deal, which of course was ghostwritten. But that's it, right?
Actually, our biggest problem of all, and that's going to be North Korea. So, I would...
Well, but what is North Korea going to do? What is North Korea going to do? It can't do anything. I don't understand why people like the people that act like the DPRK has any reach, has any real control outside of its borders. It doesn't, right? If it wasn't for its lifeline with the People's Republic of China, and the countries that are willing to trade with it, etc., a lot of times via the People's Republic of China, because you have the Korean autonomous republics in Heilongjiang, right, which is across the Yalu River from the DPRK. He has an ideology, yeah. No, yeah, he does. But another thing to remember is that even people that were considered, again, people in people in labor unions, right, in the 1930s, right, they were racist, right? They said, oh, we need to, right? And even there were even people like Cesar Chavez, right, who is now seen as a, an important Chicanx figure, who in his time was anti-immigrant as well. So that's what complicates it, right? Because it's not a like that's the same thing when it comes to saying, well, why is it that more Latinos are voting for Trump? It's because the category itself, right, is not a good category, right? It acts like, more recent Central American immigrants and Cuban immigrants are exactly the same, right? And they're not, right? They have different experiences as one nations, right? Different peoples, right? But also to see them as if, but in this quasi-racial category, also doesn't make any sense, right? Because like Cuba, most of the Cubans that live in the United States are white, right? I mean, even Fidel Castro, his parents were from Spain. They were Spanish immigrants. From the Canary Islands.
Start right at that point.
And at the time, Trump was actually flirting with the presidential run, possibly alongside Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura on the Reform Party ticket. A lot has changed, but not Trump on tariffs.
Well, you have to think, too, he probably is a businessman and in getting merchandise from China.
He's probably a businessman? What does that even mean? He's probably a businessman. Can we stop looking at governments and universities and just all of the stuff as though it has to be run like a business? Not everything has to make a profit. Deficit spending is not, hello, Cat Pig. Welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you. Trump a businessman since when, right? Ever since he went to a, business university,
Has some experience with it, clearly felt like he wasn't getting the deal that he deserved. And this is one of those areas where he does feel like he, has a clear through line. I mean, that's very rarely do you see Trump 20 years ago kind of saying the exact same thing as he is saying today.
Exactly.
Tariffs on China, Mexico, and Canada will stay in place until they stop drug and migrants from coming into the United States. To put it kindly, a gangster. To put it less kindly, right? Last time I checked, he's a grifter, right? Yeah, definitely. If he's a businessman, he's a bad one, right? I mean, again, failing at running casinos, right, in an environment where the other casinos have massive profits. 2, you literally get paid money for nothing, right? The fact that his father had to come in, right, buy a whole bunch of chips, right, exchange it for, just to have him break even. And yet, we need to stop looking at universities, at countries, at city governments, everything as needing to be a business. It is not, the world is not a business, right? The world is not a business. It is not a capitalist enterprise. You cannot think of the world through market logics, right? That is why the book El Totalitarismo del Mercado, right, which I don't think has been translated into English yet, but the totalitarianism of the market, right, speaks to this, right? Literally everything is seen as a marketplace because of capitalism, particularly in its neoliberal stage. But now we see countries as though, right, oh, well, we have water, we have +5 water in Canada, right? America's -3 water, so if we could, blah, blah, it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? The basic necessities of life shouldn't be run for a profit. I don't know why that is so hard to understand. Oh, but how dare you say that? What do you mean that I cannot steal all of the water from Bolivia and move it over and sell it to white people in Florida? How dare you tell me that? I don't know. For some reason, I feel like the indigenous people of the world should be able to, live where they live and have self-determination and be able to be the caretakers and stewards of the natural resources as they have since time immemorial, right, so to speak, right? How nature and animals are seen as product and profit too, right? Yeah, I mean, there are people that, I'm not even joking, I actually remember this. There was a conversation about how there are people that used to do drug trafficking, right? That now they do exotic animal trafficking. I'm not even joking, right? Because they only give slaps on the wrist, right? In Britain, in America, in Canada, particularly in the Anglophone settler colonies, right? But also in the rest of Europe, right? Oh, you're bringing in an albino peacock from from northern India, right? That's a protected species. Oh well, we're gonna fine you $7,500, right? And that's why you have all of these new markets opening up, right? These new things, right? Same thing with like the puppy mills, right? People want to get, right, puppies that look a very particular way, but that causes for a lot of genetic, aspects to cause, inability to breathe, lots of diseases, right? That because they're forcefully, right, made to breed, right, as opposed to naturally doing so, right, to get very particular, essentially replications of the dog, right? Like essentially, if people could grow pets like bananas, right, the way how because we all know the story about bananas, right, that they're just like a copy of a copy of a copy, right? That's what made it so that the old bananas, right, that's when they went extinct, right? Because a disease that could affect all of the bananas, right, if took away the banana that banana flavor is flavored after, right? And the same thing could happen again, right? But if they could do it with animals, they would, right? And I just don't understand. Like, this is why I never understood the people that are pro this, but then also are like anti-IVF. Like, I just don't get the whole anti-IVF stance. Like, but anyway, pugs used to have pretty normal. Yeah, that's true. Pugs, again, if you go back to the early parts of the 20th century, particularly before World War II, you don't have as much of this going on, right? Because it just wasn't as as huge of an industry, right? It was still possible to find, right, pugs as because pugs are, if I remember, a breed from East Asia, right, particularly from China, and so you still see right that there are other Shih Tzus, like Pekingese, like other breeds of dog, right, that have also been to produce specific effects, right? Like with the Pekingese, it's to grow very, very long fur, right? But then you have a lot of problems because then the way how the folds of their face are, right, can mean that they essentially, because again the way how they've been selectively bred, right, in an abusive way, means that they essentially have constantly irritated eyes, right? Because people want them to have the little cheeks, right, that they have, right? But to stick out against all of the hair, right, all of the fur, right? And so, so then people have to get surgeries to remove this, right? So then that way it's not irritating the eyes. Otherwise they have to put, eye drops, right? Because it's essentially causes them to, it causes a problem with their vision, right, over time, right? Because it's constant, right? And you can look at pictures of what they look like 100 years ago, and in some cases even 50 years ago, and there's an immense difference, right? But yes, the exotic pet industry is one way that people who otherwise would have been trafficking other things, right, would have been. But anyway, the point reason why I even brought up trafficking is because, like, the fact that they're saying the issue is the fact that China produces chemicals that could be used to make fentanyl, right? And again, fentanyl is just a boogeyman, right? It's just like, who cares, right? Yet, they're doing so because, again, it's the reason why they're focusing on that, right, is because they're saying, well, you produce the chemicals that can make this drug, right? Mexico is the place where it is then, distributed into the United States, right? It is mainly a transit country. But it doesn't look at itself and say the only reason why, right, people are even using fentanyl is because of the opioid crisis that was caused by the American pharmaceutical industry. Right? Like, if you didn't have the overprescription of opioids in the 90s and early 2000s, right, and then essentially got rid of them, right, said, oh, no, never mind, we're no longer going to have them, and that did relieve people's pain, then again, people will pursue other ways to end the pain, right? And it's not questioning the underlying system, right? Like, it's already been explained many times, and this is why the book Drug Cartels Do Not Exist is such a necessary book for people to, if you can find the time. I mean, I know that there's a digital copy. I think, in fact, it's actually in the Discord, a PDF copy that shows that, like, if it wasn't for the increased demand and the changing demands of the American market, right, the consumption, this fentanyl wouldn't even have become the drug that it is now, right? Because, one, the United States already, right, imports pure fentanyl from China. I know it sounds strange, but, like, again, it's used in other things, right? It's used when you are being put under, right? It's used, right, with all these other things, right? So it's this weird thing where they're like, it's almost like the Spider-Man meme, right, where they're pointing at each other, right? Or where it's a SpongeBob meme where it's like wanted and it shows SpongeBob, right? It's essentially that, right? Like, it's the United States, right? Like, they're the ones that require, they're the ones that run a system that require people to get unnecessary surgeries, for example. This is just one example, right? And it's not supposed to be a overarching one, right? To get a lot of unnecessary surgeries, right? So you get put under, you have to be prescribed medication to get rid of the pain, blah, 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 etc., right? Because, again, it's there to just extract money from insurance companies, right? Which have no reason to exist. I'm just going to say, they have no reason to exist. This allegation against China are yet another textbook of far-right projection. Last I checked, the U.S. has to pay reparations to participating on the wars to force opium on China. Right, exactly. The company, right? The company, its name escapes me right now. I know, Madison Jardine, right? Its headquarters is still in Hong Kong, although, and now it has a headquarters in, it also has another headquarters in London as well. It's named after the two people that ran the syndicates, right? That did the blockade running during the Opium War, right? That actually wanted the Opium Wars to happen, right? Because they wanted to have access to the Chinese market. And they were willing to do so in the war for drugs, right? And now it's the war against drugs, right? So, yeah, again, there's that too. So, or to prosecute the Sacklers, right? Yeah. Imagine if, for example, the people that were in charge of that, right, were to be served with a warrant from the International Criminal Court. Let's just say, right? Because of course that isn't exactly necessarily the venue where that would be taken into account, right? But let's just say that was the case, right? I feel like people would be like, you know what, send them to The Hague. I feel like they would. I don't know why, but I just feel like they would. They would be like, yeah, they deserve to be punished for crimes against humanity. I mean, I don't know. It's just a thought, wandering thought. Could be wrong, There was a dude who tried to illegally export tarantula spiders and scorpions out of Brazil, I think, by covering his body with them in the containers under his clothes. Oh gosh, I don't know how I would feel about that. Like, I get that people, like, for me, I have no issue with, like, themselves, like, in and of themselves, those, animals or insects or whatever they might be. But it's just like putting them upon your person in that way, right? a little bit too intimate for me, but you know. The drug gang known as the British East India Company was also... By the way, did you know the British East India Company still exists, and now it's actually owned by an Indian? All those things still exist. Same thing with like the Rupert's Bay Company in Canada, right? Now it's like a department store or something like that, if I remember correctly. Like all those things still exist. I mean, it's not like they went out of business, you know. Business never really stopped being good, you know, whenever you're the imperialist hegemon of the world, right? Who are we sending to the Hague? The Sacklers, right? All of the people that were, right, that I would posit. It says it was dissolved in 1874, right? Because it was its rule over India was dissolved in 1874. That's why. That's when you have the end of company control and the beginning of British control. Right? Yeah, exactly. It was nationalized, right? You can look up the, I guess like the organization that eventually did become a private enterprise after the fact, right? Not that I would call dissolve, but not looking to get into an war. Oh no! Trust me, that's not the issue. I maybe I'm incorrect. I more than likely am, but I just remember reading about that now the British East India Company was owned by a billionaire in India. But I don't know because again, when it was nationalized, then you had privatizations after the fact, right? Later on, right, decades later, or in the next century. Yeah, it could just be a new company with the same name, or it could be like a company that was one of the companies that, again, over time, right? Yeah, but regardless. But like blaming, like the fact that like whenever America says it wants to invade Mexico, right? Again, a neutral country, which again doesn't even make sense. Like, look. Oh, you want to mass deport 20 million people to Mexico, then you're going to invade Mexico? Like, where do you think those millions of people are going to go? Like, someone trying to trade on the good name, well, you know. It's one of those trusted brands, right? They revived the company in 2010. Oh, okay, nice, okay. Anyway, so, that's why that doesn't make any sense, right? And also wanting to declare the cartels terrorist organizations, well, then they'd have a problem, right? And if you read the book, Drug Cartels Do Not Exist, you would very quickly figure out why that is. Very, very quickly figure out why that is. So.
Then he said it obviously on the campaign trail. But I want to actually turn right now to CNN's Matt Egan, who has some new reporting on how the Trump administration may, we'll see, pick and choose which companies pay for tariffs. Experts worry it's a process that opens up the door to potentially corrupt decision-making.
I can't believe Mexico would just take it. I imagine there would be a lot of pushback, and rightfully so. Right. I mean, again, Claudia Sheinbaum has said that she wouldn't, I mean, that the Mexico one could not take in so many people, right? Like, Mexico didn't have a choice in the 30s. It didn't really have much of a choice in the 50s either, right? So we already have 3 million plus, right? Imagine 20 million, right? Particularly in a part of the country that is, only has like the border cities, really, is like the very densely populated, and everything else is like too arid, or it's pure disaster. Pure disaster. There's no reason for that to be the case, right? What a turn of events, right? Yeah, of course the tariff exception BS will lead to corruption, but that's, corruption is the grease of the wheels of capitalism. It cannot exist without it.
So Matt, what are you learning?
The fact that they even call it corruption is just, oh, some people call it corruption. I'm pretty sure that this is a quote from some movie, those business movies that Americans love to watch, right? Where they like to imagine themselves as like a New York day trader for some reason, right? Like the Wolf of Wall Street or something, right? Some people call it corruption. Some people call it good business practice,
Well, Manu, there is a system in place for U.S. companies trying to avoid paying tariffs, especially on China. But businesses and researchers tell CNN that that system is broken. So we're talking about tariff exclusions. And U.S. companies can apply for what amounts to a hall pass to avoid paying those tariffs on China if they can show that it would cause severe economic harm to them, or that
Then what's the point of the tariffs? I mean, by definition, it would cause severe economic harm. That's the whole point of the tariffs. That's the whole point. So, oh, you don't have to pay the tariff because, you know, you're one of the good businesses, right? That's owned by Elon Musk, you know. So you can buy stuff from China and not have to face the tariff. But, you know, Quack Industries, right? You know, has to pay the 10% tariff because, you know, they actually care about the people.
they can't get the products elsewhere. Now, during the first Trump administration, these exclusions were very hard.
You know what's strange too about the if you can't get products elsewhere is that that's actually one of the reasons why America wants to put tariffs on Mexico, is because it's producing products that would otherwise be produced elsewhere, right? Right, like nearshoring is a huge thing in Mexico right now, right? Because again, it's fully imperialized by the United States. Like Mexico produces many other things, right? Because you have, for many reasons, right? But like it's also upset that Mexico does that. Like, oh well, because it's Chinese companies that are the investment, are the ones that are investing into it. It sounds like an ultra isolationist policy, tariffs except for the businesses we want. Exactly. That is exactly what it wants. Yeah.
Hard to get. Between 2018 and 2020, only about 1 in 7 companies that applied with the U.S. Trade Representative were able to get these exclusions. And lawmakers and companies, they feared that the USTR was able to kind of pick winners and losers by deciding who got these exclusions and who didn't. And business owners feared that there was a lack of transparency with this process that opened it up to potentially allowing
I mean, I don't even know why. It's like when they say this stuff, it's like, we get it, Matt. We know that you can fill a room with hot air by, just saying stuff. Like, we know.
officials to play political favoritism. And there is some academic research that supports that.
Yes. This has gone back. Goes back. I mean, literally, you could even read Marx and talks about this. We know that capitalists in a bourgeois system that they are in charge of course, always play these games. I don't know why. Oh, it's like rediscovering that capitalism functions the way it does every single day.
Peer-reviewed research finds that firms whose executives backed Republicans, they were able to get exclusions 1 in 5 amount of times, so 1 in 5 chance. But compare that to firms whose executives backed Democrats.
See, look, this is another one of those things where it's like, maybe it's true, right? But I doubt it's because they are, like, they voted Democrat or that they're a Democrat, right? Like, I mean, it's just like, okay, but what is the difference between the executive's private voting choice, by the way? Like, that's one thing. In Mexico, like, the whole idea of voting is supposed to be free and secret, right? Free and private, right? Yeah, donating. Yeah, well, donating, right? And it's like, again, like, if they even have, right, like, if in general, right, does that mean that necessarily there's an equal spread, right, of companies that are Republican exec? Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Look at the bottom. Companies whose executives. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see it now. Right. So this is to get a tariff exemption during companies whose executives donated to the GOP had a better odds of getting tariff exemptions during the first Trump. I mean, that's not, again. But another thing we also have to think about is like another thing, because you can already see how Republicans are going to try to use that, right? Like, oh look, under the Biden administration, one in blah blah blah, right? They got more people, right? But right, or rather, I should say, like with Trump, right? GOP, right? You had a 20% chance of getting an exemption, as opposed to if you were donating to the Democrats, right? But another thing we also have to account for, that I guess is like another axis, right? One of the multiple axes is the amount of like what the proportion is, right? Like between Democratic donating companies and Republican donating companies, right? Vis-a-vis needing to apply to the tariffs. At least that's, for me, that's what I guess would help answer the question better, right? Because then it's like, yes, if 1 in 10 is granted, right? But if, let's say it was that for businesses, right, that that tend not to be run by executives that donate to Democrats, right? Then, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just want to see if there's more information, right, to like distinguish these two numbers, because it makes it look like, but I know that there's a proportionality aspect too.
A 1 in 10 chance. And to be clear, getting this tariff exclusion was a very big deal.
Let's see here. May I ask why are the reasons why he wants to introduce the tariffs? Well, one, it's this. I mean, he essentially wants to keep America as the imperialist hegemon of the world, right? And so, one thing he's trying to do is to essentially make its competitor, imperialist bloc, right, China, and its investments, right, that have now, began to take off in Mexico and other parts of Latin America, right, which America sees as its backyard, right, means that it wants to sort of get back at the fact that Mexico is becoming a place where non-US backed Western governments are the ones doing the imperialism, right? It's like, oh, well, it's bad when it's, Chinese foreign direct investment or Russian foreign direct investment, right? But not when it's British foreign direct investments. He thinks exporters will just eat the cost at no he does not understand how tariffs work. But again, he doesn't have to, right? Like, that's one of the things, is that, like, and another thing too is that the citizenry, right, like the people that voted for him, right, also don't understand how tariffs work, because everybody thinks that means that they're going to charge China 10% on stuff, right? And it's like, no, the tariffs are stuff that comes from China is going to be 10% more expensive, right? And that's what people don't understand, right? So they can, cry their eyes out about the eggs, like all day long, They could go eat some deviled egg pancakes for all I care, right? However, it doesn't change the fact that it's the consumer that ultimately, right? Because then all that means is that now China has a reason to, for example, do something like ISI, right? Import substitution, right? Like that is something that the developing countries have done throughout the 20th century, right? To raise tariffs, right, on industrialized nations, so that way they can produce, right, they can start to replace, right, the products that otherwise would have been produced by the industrialized nations, right, and slowly build up their economy that way, right? Well, theoretically, Chinese companies could eat. Well, I mean, sure, especially like the state-owned companies, right? It doesn't matter to them if they run at a deficit, right? Like, if America was willing to, we could have all of the things like healthcare, university, and stuff like that. But the main thing is like, oh, the deficit. But that's not, whilst there will be some cases where that happens, virtually all economists seem to think that I'd also call the quote-unquote obvious prediction, mostly the tariffs will be passed on to the end customer, right? It's usually the end consumer that ends up having to absorb the cost. Chinese products are still going to enter the U.S. through Vietnam, and right, again, because Vietnam is one of the countries that China has started to export its capital to, right? In order to reap super profits, right? That it's doing imperialism, right? Same thing with places, other places around the world, right? Same thing like Mexico, same thing like, you know, the Philippines, etc., right? So, essentially, the United States is just mad that, again, it does have another, I mean, again, we have another capitalist imperialist bloc, right? I mean, there are technically two more, but the Russian one is seeming a little bit, you know, due to recent events, right? It doesn't seem that the projection of power is going to be as lengthy as it used to be, one might say. Perhaps anyway. But yeah, like essentially, it's kind of like how they are always talking about they want free markets, right? We want free markets. We want free markets. We want free markets. But then even Biden, right? Oh, we're going to pass this act, right, that stops Chinese investment in this, blah, 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 right? And instead makes us have to invest, makes the United States have to invest in this, right? So that way they can compete, right? Do inter-imperialist conflict by way of economic warfare, right? So, and things still cost more, right? I mean, and again, and this is the problem with the whole egg thing, right? Like people focus on the egg price, right? Imagine the most important marketing campaign for Trump was eggs. But what in essence we have is the fact that it just means that, again, that the countries that China has been able to build those relationships with, right, that it have already stopped having as much U.S. Infrastructure already in them, right? It just means that those countries are going to become new markets for their exportation of capital and imperialism, right? So,
Manu, for some firms, this was a do or die situation.
Is there a sense that this time around, Matt, that this process may be any different?
Yeah, Manu, that's one of the many things we don't know at this point. We don't know whether or not the Trump administration is even going to have an exclusion system this time around. I did reach out to the transition, and they said that Trump will protect American workers, but they did not answer any questions.
What does that even mean? If you're going to deport people from the United States, you're not protecting American workers. We already know from at least two incidents in history, right? The 30s and the 50s. Getting rid of people that you demonize and say they took our jobs doesn't actually create more jobs. It actually shrinks the economy. I mean, anyway.
About whether or not there's going to be any reforms to the exclusion system, or if there's going to be the ability to apply for exclusions in the first place. But the researchers, they did not allege any wrongdoing by companies or by U.S. officials. But they did say that this tariff exclusion system amounts to a very effective spoils system, allowing the administration of the day to reward its political friends and punish its enemies.
Isn't that funny? They're like, oh, it's not corruption. It's a spoil system, though, right? It's not bad. It's just this thing, right? And it's corruption. No, they aren't American because they don't look. Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
One business executive told me that the process is potentially corrupt because it allows winners and losers to emerge from a process that is not transparent. And again,
welcome to capitalism. I mean, that's literally how capitalism works. Like, it creates winners and losers, and that there's no transparency. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Bro. That's literally how capitalism works. That's its function.
There's a lot at stake here. Companies are already trying to navigate and game out how they're going to avoid these new tariffs. I spoke to a business owner from Los Angeles who in 2018 applied for a tariff exclusion on imports of air fryers from China. And like many other people, that exclusion was denied. And he said his company was on the up and up, and this totally halted their growth, dead in their tracks.
What about how much they paid their people, right? How much they paid, like, you know, there was an interesting article I read the other day that essentially was saying that, like, this idea, right, that some people have that, like, that all of the subsidies and all of the stuff that, like, allow, right, and also the lack in the growth of the minimum wage, right, that it would be wrong to raise the minimum wage, right? Right, it was trying to argue, it's like from like the, like, kind of like the Heritage Foundation or whatever, trying to argue, right, that raising the minimum wage is bad, right? Why? Because then business owners won't be able to hire as many people, but, you know, it's the same typical. But then it just belies the fact that, so that means that the entire system is based on knowingly underpaying people, right? And holding people's employment hostage, right? So that they can keep exploiting them further, right? Like, it's not actually it's to protect the workers. It's to protect the capitalists at the end of the day. They're just willing to use the figure of the worker, right? No longer being unemployed, right? To say, oh, but the poor capitalist, he's not going to be able to, you know, take home as much profit if you do that. Again, if your business cannot run and you cannot pay a living wage, maybe it shouldn't be open. I don't know. It's just a thought. Just a thought. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with that statement. It's just a, you know, in response to that article by, I think it was the Heritage Foundation. I could be wrong, but there was a fun article in the New York Times about a U.S. drone manufacturer whining about how China restricted its battery exports, apparently not noticing the irony of making that complaint when your company exists solely because the United States restricted Chinese drone exports. Oh, that's hilarious. You know, it's like when people complain about the effects of imperialism, right? Like, oh, I mean, like, you know, like I mentioned Peter Santinello, right? Before, like, he has those videos where he goes to Appalachia and he goes to, like, mining country, right? He goes to what formerly was coal country, right? And everybody is like, you know, oh, you know, we wouldn't want to work in the mines because it's too hard, right? We wouldn't want our kids to work in the mines, but we yearn for the mines, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's this weird logic where it's like they want to go back to a form of capitalism. They want to go back to a form of work that they don't even want to do, right? So then the question is, well, who's going to do it, right? Like, bringing back coal mining jobs to West Virginia doesn't actually help its economy. It just makes the rot, right, have more length of time that it is spreading, right? That's the only thing that it does. No, well, you know. Oh yeah, so I'm from a mining town in England. Okay. So going close to the Welsh border, I would presume, because usually mining is associated with the Welsh. So I would presume in Cheshire or something like that. But anyway, coal jobs. I thought we banned necromancy, right? I mean, again, yeah, we banned necromancy, right? Like, when I have to hear about, oh, you have to lie down and with a shovel do this to, you know, until you get a St. Helens. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I know where that is. Again, I have been to England before. Warwickshire, remember? I have mentioned that before. Warwickshire and London, of course. But anyway, the problem with the US-UK economic shock therapy was not less mining, but the total abandonment of regions in which it used to happen. Right. Another thing too is Jelly isn't currently here in chat. Maybe they will come into chat later. Maybe they are and they're just lurking. I don't know. But one of the things that Jelly has mentioned is that people keep saying that they can't build railways, right? You know, throughout the United States because you have the Appalachian Mountains, right? Right. And so you can't do like commuter trains, right? Or not even commuter trains, pardon me, passenger trains, right? But as Jelly has noted, right, there are train tracks all over the state, right? Some of which are essentially abandoned at this point, because how do you think they got the coal down to, you know, down to the cities, right? So there's already all these railways. So it's a fake complaint. The railways are there. Just build the trains. More of the Jelly Appalachian arc, right? Exactly. On a choo-choo train, right? Like, why is it that Mexico, right, is over here being threatened with invasion and Mexicans being threatened with mass deportations, and yet it wants to create? And again, I'm not saying this uncritically. I am very critical of the Mexican government and of every aspect of it, right? AMLO, Claudia, trust me. But right, of the three North American countries, right, of the three members of the NAFTA, right, or the NAFTA 2.0, how is it that Mexico is the one that's building railways across the entire country, right, that intersect and not Canada or the United States? Like, especially the United States, right? Like, again, with Canada, I kind of see why I could see why more, like, if we were to have an integrated system with the United States, it actually would probably be a good idea, right? But like, there's no reason why there should be a train that goes all the way to Tijuana, right? But that there isn't a high-speed train that doesn't go all the way to San Diego, right? From Atlanta or wherever, right? So.
And this business owner, he rejected the argument from Trump that China is the one that pays these tariffs. He told me, and I'm going to abbreviate in case my kids are watching.